The Dragon's Covenant. Act 1, The Shattered Kingdom. Chapter 1, The Wrong Sky. A dragon wakes in a world not his own. The last thing Issei Hyoudou remembered was the smell of rain on stone. He had been standing in the courtyard of the Grimary estate on a quiet evening, watching storm clouds gather over the Underworld's artificial horizon. Rias had been somewhere inside, probably reviewing some territorial report with Akeno at her side. Asia had left him a plate of cookies on the garden bench. Kaneko had fallen asleep on the steps. It had been an ordinary, peaceful evening, and Issei had been thinking, without any particular urgency, that this was perhaps the finest kind of life a person could lead. Then the sky had cracked open like a dropped mirror, not metaphorically. Not in the dramatic fashion of a devil's teleportation circle, or the clean shimmer of a sacred gear activation. The sky had simply fractured, a spiderweb of blinding white lines spreading across the purple underworld clouds, and before Issei could shout or reach for his gauntlet, the ground beneath his feet had ceased to exist. He fell for what felt like a very long time. Now he lay face down in dirt that smelled of pine needles and old blood, and the sky above him was entirely the wrong color. It was too pale. A washed-out gray-blue, the color of a sword left out in winter, and the sun sitting inside it was small and cold, and offered light without warmth. He could see 3 moons even in daylight, 2 of them just faint watermarks above the tree-line, and one of them a heavy amber disk that had no business being visible at this hour. The trees around him were enormous, their bark the color of ash, their leaves a deep burgundy red that caught the weak light and seemed almost to bleed. Issei pushed himself upright. "Kid," said Ddraig. "I see it. Do you also see the village?" Issei looked through the trees. Smoke was rising in thin gray columns a few hundred meters ahead, the kind of smoke that came from cooking fires and hearths and ordinary morning life. But underneath it, fainter and darker, there was a second kind of smoke. The kind that came from things that had been deliberately set alight. He got to his feet, summoned the boosted gear with a familiar crimson flash, and started walking. The forest gave way to a dirt road, and the dirt road gave way to what had once been a village. Perhaps 40 buildings, most of them simple timber and daub construction, arranged around a central well. Half of them were intact. Half of them were smoldering ruins. The well itself had been pushed over, its stones scattered in a rough circle, and the rope and bucket lay in the mud a dozen meters away. People were moving through the ruins with the slow, careful movements of those who had learned not to make noise. A woman in her middle years was pulling a child by the hand, not running, just walking very fast with her eyes fixed on the far side of the village. An old man was sitting in the doorway of a half-burned house, holding something small and wrapped in cloth against his chest with both arms. 2 young men were covering something in the road with a canvas sheet, and neither of them was speaking. Issei stopped at the edge of the village. "What happened here?" he asked, directing the question at no one in particular. The woman with the child froze. Then she spun, putting herself between Issei and the girl, and her expression was not frightened. It was furious in the flat, controlled way of someone who had run out of the energy for fear and arrived somewhere harder. "Another one," she said. "You are with the Vordrath soldiers?" "No," said Issei. "I don't know what that is." She looked at him for a long moment. His clothes were wrong, obviously, a school uniform that had seen better days, and the gauntlet on his arm was nothing like any armor she would have seen. The emerald jewel in its back pulsed once with green light, and she flinched. "Sacred iron," the old man said from his doorway, without looking up. "Or something like it." "Boy, are you a knight bound?" "I'm something like that," Issei said. "Then you'll want to keep moving. The Vordrath garrison rode through here at dawn. They took what they wanted and burned the rest as a message. They do that now, since Lord Chiron fell. They ride through the free villages and take the message back to their warlord." He paused. "The message is that there are no free villages anymore." Issei looked at the canvas-covered shape in the road. "How many?" he asked. 3, the woman said. Her voice did not waver. "My husband and 2 of the elder marsh boys." They tried to resist. A silence settled over the ruined village square. The amber moon was still visible above the tree-line, watching without comment. Issei stood in the dirt and let the reality of the place settle into him, the cold air, the smell of smoke, the absolute foreignness of every tree and stone and scrap of sky. He had no idea where he was. He had no idea how to get home. But he was standing in a village where people had died this morning, and somewhere ahead of him there were soldiers who thought burning homes was an acceptable way to send messages. "Can you tell me," Issei said, "about this warlord?" Her name was Marta, and she was practical in the way that people become practical when circumstances leave them no other option. She sat across from Issei in the one intact building in the village, which turned out to be a stone-walled storage house that had survived the fires by virtue of having nothing inside it that would burn. She had sent her daughter, whose name was Pip and who was about 7 and who stared at Issei with enormous brown eyes throughout the entire conversation, to sit in the corner with a piece of bread. "The warlord's name is Malachar," Marta said. "He was a general under Lord Chiron. When Lord Chiron was killed 2 years ago, Malachar took his army and marched on the capital of Aevorn and took it in 3 days. Nobody expected it. Nobody was prepared. What happened to the people in the capital? The common people, nothing much, mostly. Malachar wants tribute and obedience, not a city full of corpses. But the noble houses." She paused, choosing her words. The 7 noble houses of Aevorn each had a daughter. Some had more than one. The daughters of noble houses are, in this kingdom, the holders of their family's covenant rights. Magical inheritances, land titles, treaty authorities. The power doesn't pass through the sons. It passes through the daughters. Issei leaned forward. "So he took the daughters." "He took them," Marta confirmed. "All 7. He holds them in the Thornwall citadel, in the capital. As long as he holds them, the noble houses cannot act against him without losing their covenant rights entirely. It is a cage made of law. Very elegant, if you are the sort of person who finds that kind of thing elegant. And the daughters themselves? Prisoners. Treated well enough that nobody can call it cruelty, poorly enough that nobody forgets who holds the key." Marta looked at him steadily. "Why do you ask about them specifically?" "Because Issei said that sounds like the part of the problem that, if you solve it, everything else starts to move." Marta was quiet for a moment. "You are not from this kingdom," she said. It was not a question. "I'm not from this world," Issei said honestly. She took that with remarkable composure. "And yet you intend to do something about Malachar." "I intend to figure out how to get home," Issei said. "But while I'm figuring that out, I'm not going to walk past burning villages and pretend I didn't see them." Pip looked up from her bread. "The gauntlet on your arm," she said. "It talked earlier." "I heard it." "It does that," Issei said. "Is it alive?" "Very much so," Ddraig said, and Pip's eyes went as wide as the amber moon outside. Chapter 2: The Road to Thornwall. 7 houses, 7 cages. Marta gave him a traveling cloak, a loaf of bread, a rough map drawn on the back of a piece of cured hide, and directions to Thornwall that she delivered in the flat tone of someone who did not expect to see him again but wished him well regardless. The road east wound through forest for most of the first day. Issei walked it alone, which he had not done in a long time. At home there was always someone nearby, a devil, a fallen angel, a dragon in a gauntlet, a nun who worried loudly and a club president who worried quietly. The solitude felt strange, like a coat that did not quite fit. "You're brooding," Ddraig observed. "I'm thinking. Those are different things? One of them involves a plan." Issei adjusted the cloak over his school uniform. The cloak was dark brown and slightly too large for him, which was fine. Large cloaks were better for hiding the fact that you were wearing a red gauntlet that occasionally emitted green light. 7 noble daughters held in a citadel. 1 warlord with an army. A kingdom that can't move against him without losing everything. Standard hostage architecture, Ddraig said. He has locked all the pieces that matter into a single location and made it so that attacking that location is self-defeating. So the answer isn't an attack. Probably not a frontal one, no. Issei thought about this for a while. The road curved around a granite outcropping, and on the other side of it he found himself looking down into a valley where a river ran silver between banks of dark grass. The valley was beautiful in the cold, pale way of this world, and for a moment he just stood there and looked at it. "Ddraig," he said, "when you boost my power, can you do it quietly? Without the light? I can suppress the visual output." "Not entirely, but significantly. Good. Because I'm thinking the way into that citadel is not through the front gate. It never is. He descended into the valley. By midday he had reached the river, which had a name according to Marta's map, the Grey Vein, and which had a ford a kilometer north of where the road crossed it. He took the ford. Old habit, from Rias's tactical lessons. Never use the obvious crossing if there's another one. It was at the ford that he found the girl in the water, not in a distressing way. She was sitting on a rock in the middle of the river with her feet in the current, and her boots beside her on the stone, and she was very carefully washing a cut on her forearm that was not deep enough to be dangerous but was clearly painful. She had dark hair, shoulder length, and she was wearing the kind of clothes that suggested she had been wealthy recently and was currently not. She looked up when she heard him splashing through the shallows. Her eyes were gray. Her expression was not frightened either. It was assessing, rapidly, the way someone assessed a situation when they were used to situations turning dangerous without warning. You're not Vordrath, she said. I'm not, Issei agreed, stopping a respectful distance from her rock. Your clothes are very strange. I get that a lot today. She looked at the gauntlet. Is that a weapon? It's a sacred gear. A kind of magical inheritance. It boosts power. She was quiet for a moment, re-examining the cut on her arm with focused attention. My name is Serafini Aldrose, she said finally. Second daughter of House Aldrose. Currently a fugitive. Issei sat down on a nearby rock. I was told there were 7 noble daughters being held in Thornwall Citadel. 6 now, Serafini said. I escaped 4 days ago. I've been moving through the forest ever since. A pause. I have nowhere to go. Malakar's soldiers are in every village between here and the border. If I try to cross into Valdenmere, his outriders will find me. If I stay in Aevorn, his garrison riders will find me. She looked at him with the gray eyes that were neither hopeful nor defeated, just carefully neutral. You are going to Thornwall. I am. Why? Issei considered the question. He could explain about arriving from another world, about not having a clear plan, about the burning village and the canvas-covered shapes in the road. He decided on the short version. Because someone has to, he said. Serafini pulled her feet from the water and began lacing her boots with the calm efficiency of someone who had made decisions in advance of needing to make them. I know the citadel, she said. I lived in it for 8 months before I escaped. I know the guard rotations, the servant passages, the location of each girl's holding room. She stood up on the rock, which put her almost at eye level with him despite the height difference. I am going back with you. That seems dangerous for you specifically. It is dangerous for everyone specifically. That is the condition of living in Aevorn at present. She stepped down off the rock into the shallows, boots and all, and walked to the bank with perfect composure. I can be useful to you. Shall we argue about it, or shall we walk? Ddraig made a sound in the gauntlet that was unmistakably amusement. Issei stood up and followed her to the bank. They made camp that night in the shelter of a limestone overhang, with a small fire that Serafini built with the efficiency of someone who had been doing it for 4 days and had learned not to make it larger than necessary. She told him about the other 6 while they ate. Shared bread and the last of Issei's provisions from Marta, rationed with quiet practicality. Lyrian Castle, she said, holding up one finger. First daughter of House Castle. She is the eldest of us and the most politically significant. Her covenant rights cover the eastern grain provinces. She is also, in my experience, the most likely to attempt an escape on her own if given the slightest opportunity, and the most likely to succeed. Good. Potentially. She is also the most heavily guarded, for exactly that reason. Of course. Dara Fennec. Third daughter of House Fennec. 16 years old. She has a gift for elemental channeling, wind and water specifically, which is a Fennec bloodline trait. Malakar keeps her in a room with iron-reinforced walls because iron disrupts channeling, so she's been cut off from her power. For 8 months. Yes. Issei set down his bread. That's cruel. Yes, Serafini said simply. Malakar is not a stupid man. He is not even, by some definitions, an unreasonable man. He is simply a man who wants a kingdom, and has decided that the wants of other people are not relevant to that goal. she continued down her mental list. Tyra of House Morn, who was 23 and had served 2 years as her house's diplomat before Malachar moved and who therefore knew the law of the kingdom better than most of his own advisors. Calla of House Veth, who was the youngest at 14 and whose covenant covered the northern silver mines. Bryn of House Aldros, who was Serafini's own older sister, and whose imprisonment Serafini mentioned in a level tone that cost her something to maintain. And Liss of House Thornwall itself, whose family had built the citadel generations ago and who was therefore, with painful irony, imprisoned in her own ancestral home. 7 houses, Issei said. 7 women. And Malachar holds all of them. He holds 6. I am the 7th and I am here. She looked at him across the small fire. You understand what it means if you free them? The covenant rights go back to the houses. Malachar loses his legal grip on the kingdom. More than that. The covenant rights, once restored to their holders, allow the noble houses to call the kingdom standing militias. Malachar's army is formidable, but it is not larger than 7 noble militias combined. She paused. Freeing them does not simply save 6 women. It ends the occupation. The fire crackled between them. The amber moon was high now, casting pale gold light through the limestone overhang, and somewhere in the forest something with wings was calling to something that did not answer. Then we'd better not fail, Issei said. Serafini nodded once, with the composure of someone who had run out of room for doubt. No, she agreed. We had better not. Chapter 3. The City of Grey Walls. Thornwall at dusk. Thornwall had been beautiful once. Issei could see it in the bones of the city, in the way the streets curved in deliberate arcs rather than the random sprawl of organic growth, in the carved stone archways that framed every major intersection, in the canals that ran parallel to the main roads carrying water from the river in channels lined with fitted stone that must have taken generations to build. Someone had designed this city with care and ambition, had imagined it as a place where people would want to live and had built accordingly. That had been before the occupation. The streets were quiet with the particular quiet of places where people had learned to keep their heads down. Market stalls were present and operating but subdued. Conversations were short. Eye contact with strangers was minimal. Vordrath soldiers moved through the streets in pairs, wearing grey tabards over dark armor, and the citizens of Thornwall parted around them the way water parts around stones, smoothly, automatically, without making it obvious. Issei and Serafini moved through the outer district with their hoods up, which was unremarkable. It was a cold day. Half the city was hooded. The citadel is on the northern edge of the city, Serafini said quietly, not looking at him, watching the street ahead. It backs against the old city wall, which Malachar has reinforced. There are 4 gates, east, west, south, and the great gate facing the central plaza. He keeps 40 soldiers on rotation inside at all times. Another 60 are stationed in the city garrison 2 streets south. So we can't make noise. We cannot make any noise at all. They turn into a narrower street, following a route that Serafini had clearly memorized. She moved through the city the way she had moved through the river ford, with the calm certainty of someone who had decided her path and was simply executing it. How did you escape? Issei asked. There is a servants' passage that runs from the citadel's lower kitchen level to an old drainage tunnel beneath the outer wall. The passage was built when the citadel was built, centuries ago, when the Thornwall family needed a way to move servants without them crossing the main courtyard during formal events. Malachar's people know about it. They sealed it. She paused. They sealed it with a lock that uses the same key pattern as the servants' pantry doors. Liz told me. Her family built both. Liz gave you the key. She gave me the knowledge of the key. I had to obtain the key itself through other means. A brief pause that suggested the other means had been neither simple nor comfortable. When I left, Liz told me to come back with help. I told her I would. Another pause, shorter. I was not expecting the help to be quite so unusual. I get that a lot too, Issei said. They stopped at the edge of a small square, half a block from the citadel's southern wall. From here Issei could see it properly for the first time, a structure of dark stone that rose 4 stories above the roofline of the surrounding buildings, its battlements crenellated in a pattern that looked like teeth against the pale sky. Banners hung from the towers, not the old house colors but Malakar's own, a black field with a grey iron chain across it. Cheerful, Ddraig observed. He is not trying to be cheerful, Serafini said, apparently having decided that conversing with the gauntlet was a reasonable thing to do. He is trying to communicate permanence. How many soldiers can you see from here? Issei asked. Serafini scanned the visible battlements without turning her head, her eyes moving in the small, careful movements of someone practicing casual observation. 4 on the south wall. Probably the same on each of the other 3. 2 at the south gate. She looked away. There is a watch change at sundown. For approximately 7 minutes, both the outgoing and incoming guards are present at the changeover points. During those 7 minutes, the gaps between watch positions are widest. How do you know that? I spent 8 months watching guards change, she said. There is very little else to do when you are a prisoner with a view of a courtyard. Issei looked at the citadel. He could feel the weight of what was inside it, not mystically, just pragmatically. 6 women. 6 captives who had been waiting for something to change for 8 months, who had tried escaping one at a time and succeeded once, and therefore knew it could be done. He thought about the burning village. He thought about Marta's voice, level and controlled, saying 3. Tonight, he said. Serafini nodded. Tonight, she agreed. They spent the hours before sundown in the back room of a chandler's shop whose owner, a wide man named Osper with a magnificent grey beard, took one look at Serafini and another look at Issei and said, If you are trying to do something about the situation in that citadel, you can stay until dark. I will ask no questions. You will drink this tea and eat this soup. The tea was strong and slightly bitter and very warming. The soup was a dense vegetable broth with dark bread for dipping. Issei ate with the focused attention of someone who understood that what came next would require him to be at full capacity. Osper, Serafini said, how is the city? Enduring, Osper said, which was clearly a considered answer. Malakar has not been cruel to the common folk, not more than necessary. He taxes heavily and he makes his presence felt, and he makes certain everyone knows the girls in the citadel are the reason no one resists. But he has not raised the city. A pause. He raised 3 villages in the eastern province last month. To demonstrate what happens in places where his authority is questioned. I heard about one of them, Issei said. Osper looked at him with steady dark eyes. You are not from here. No. But you intend to help. I intend to try. Osper refilled Issei's tea without being asked. Then eat your soup, he said. All of it. You look like someone who has been traveling on insufficient provisions. Issei, who had in fact been traveling on insufficient provisions, ate his soup. Chapter 4, Into the Thornwall. 7 minutes in the dark. The drainage tunnel was narrow, low-ceilinged, and smelled of old stone and cold water. Issei moved through it at a half-crouch, following Serafini's silhouette in the darkness. She moved with complete confidence, which he found reassuring until he realized it was because she had made this journey once before, in reverse, in the dark. Left here, she whispered. He turned left. The tunnel curved, then straightened, then curved again. He could hear water somewhere below them, an underground tributary of the Grey Vein probably, moving through channels that had been dug into this ground long before the citadel above had been built. The door is 10 meters ahead. There will be a guard post 15 meters beyond the door, around the corner. We move to the stairwell before he completes his next circuit. How long does the circuit take? 4 minutes and roughly 30 seconds. I counted it many times. Of course you did. The door was iron-reinforced timber, bound with straps of dark metal and secured with a lock that was indeed, as Serafini had described, the same basic mechanism as a pantry door. She produced a key from inside her cloak, worked it carefully, and the lock opened with a sound that was, to Issei's ears, approximately as loud as a thunderclap. Either of them breathed for 10 seconds. No footsteps. Serafini pushed the door open slowly, managing the hinges with one hand to control the speed of movement and minimize any sound. Beyond it was the citadel's lower level, a stone corridor lit by evenly spaced oil lamps and iron brackets, casting warm yellow light across gray walls. They moved. The stairwell was where she had said it would be. They reached it with the guard's footsteps still audible and fading, and began climbing. The girls are on the 3rd floor, Serafini murmured as they climbed. Each in a separate room. Lyrian and Tyra are at the north end of the corridor. Dara and Kala are in the middle. Bryn and Liss are at the south end. That's the most heavily guarded end. The south end is nearest the Great Hall where Malachar keeps his evening court. It was considered safer to keep the 2 most politically sensitive prisoners furthest from the main activity. A pause. Liss because it is her home. Bryn because she is my sister and Malachar knows I escaped and suspects I will attempt to return. So he put your sister where she would be hardest to reach. Yes. Issei filed this away. We start at the north end and work south. We collect everyone before we attempt the south wing. More people moving together, more options. Agreed. The 3rd floor corridor was lit more brightly than the lower levels, which made moving quietly more difficult since there were fewer shadows and the lamp light left very little cover. Issei reduced the boosted gear's ambient glow to nearly nothing, the emerald gem dimming to a faint pulse that was easy to cover with his sleeve. The first door was marked with a small metal plate, a house crest pressed into it. House Castle, an eagle. Serafini produced a second key, slightly different from the first. Malachar's locksmith had, apparently, used a limited set of master patterns across the holding rooms, which was efficient and also, right now, very useful. The lock turned. The woman inside the room was awake. She was sitting at a small writing desk with a lamp burning and a book open before her, and she turned when the door opened with the expression of someone who has been waiting for something and is not entirely surprised it has arrived. She was perhaps 20, with auburn hair and a bearing that communicated house and legacy in the set of her shoulders. Serafini, said Lyrian Castle, in a voice as controlled as a blade. I told you would come back. I told you I would, Serafini replied. Lyrian's eyes moved to Issei. To the gauntlet. Back to his face. You brought help. Unusual help, Serafini said. But effective, I believe. His clothes are very strange. People keep mentioning that, Issei said. Are you ready to leave? Lyrian Castle closed her book with the careful motions of someone who did not abandon things carelessly, even in emergencies. I have been ready for 8 months, she said. Let us go collect the others. Tyra of House Morn was also awake, also not surprised, and also ready within 30 seconds of the door opening. She was older than Lyrian by 3 years, with a diplomat's face that communicated exactly what it intended to and nothing else, and she took in Issei's appearance and the gauntlet and the situation with rapid, professional speed. You are not from the kingdom, she said. Not from the world, Issei said for the second time that day. I'll explain later. Right now we need to move quietly. Later is acceptable, Tyra said, and that was that. Dara Fenix's room was in the middle of the corridor, the walls reinforced with iron sheeting as Serafini had described. Even standing outside the door, Issei could feel a subtle wrongness about the space, a dampening quality to the air that Ddraig identified in a quiet internal murmur as magical suppression. She has been cut off from channeling for 8 months, Ddraig said. When the iron is removed from her immediate environment, there will be a realignment period. Her power will come back unevenly. Will she be able to move? Yes. She will feel it, but she can move. Dara was 16 and asleep and startled awake when Serafini touched her shoulder, coming up with a gasp and both hands raised in a defensive gesture that produced, for one moment, a faint shimmer of blue-white light before it dissipated without her seeming to intend it. She looked at her own hands with an expression of raw surprise. The iron, Serafini said softly. We're taking you out of the room. Your channeling will come back. Dara looked at her hands again, at the fading shimmer. Then she looked at Issei with eyes that were young and had been keeping something very patient for a very long time. Okay, she said. Okay. Kala of House Veth was 14 and small and had apparently been spending her captivity memorizing every architectural detail of her room that she could observe through the narrow window, because the first thing she did when the door opened was tell Serafini exactly which route along the south wall was currently unguarded based on the position of the watchfires she had been tracking. She delivered this information in a rapid, quiet whisper that suggested she had been composing it for weeks. That is very helpful, Issei said. I know, Kala said, with the unself-conscious confidence of 14. I have been useful in here. I am ready to be useful outside. 4 of them now, plus Serafini. The south end of the corridor. Issei could hear voices. Not close, not immediately threatening, but present, the murmur of evening court from somewhere below, the movement of soldiers in the south wing. He looked at Serafini. The guard rotation at the south end changes later than the main rotation, she said quietly. There is a window between the end of the main rotation and the beginning of the south rotation where the south corridor should have minimal cover. How long? 3 minutes. And Bryn and Liss are both in the south corridor? Yes. Issei thought about this. 5 people to move silently through a narrow corridor in 3 minutes, retrieving 2 more, while evening court was in session below them. Ddraig, he said quietly. I heard, the dragon said. If you need a distraction on the lower level, I can produce one. A small boost, directed outward, would create a percussive sound consistent with something falling in the storage rooms. Soldiers investigate sounds. Can you time it? Tell me when. Issei looked at Serafini. She was watching him with the gray eyes that had been assessing him since the river ford, and now they held something else too, something that was not yet trust but was leaning toward it. We move to the south corridor entrance, he said. On my signal, Ddraig makes noise downstairs. We have the window Serafini described plus however long it takes the nearest guards to investigate the lower level. We use that window. Tyra, who had been listening from behind with the attentiveness of a diplomat in a high-stakes negotiation, nodded once. Sound plan. It is a sound plan, Ddraig agreed, in a tone that suggested he found it mildly amusing to be the distraction. They moved to the south corridor entrance, and Issei said quietly, now. From somewhere 3 floors below came a crash, loud and solid and entirely convincing, the kind of sound a heavy shelf of something important made when it suddenly became acquainted with the floor. Voices reacted immediately, sharp and businesslike, and footsteps moved toward the sound with the purposeful urgency of soldiers who had been sitting in an evening court for 2 hours and were grateful for something to actually do. The south corridor was empty. They moved. Chapter 5. The Covenant Restored. 6 doors, 1 dragon, and the road out. Bryn Aldrose looked like her sister in the way that people look like each other when they share blood but have been shaped by different experiences, the same gray eyes, the same level bearing, but where Serafini's composure had the quality of something maintained through discipline, Bryn's had the worn smoothness of something that had simply been tested so many times and no longer required effort. She was 25, the oldest of the 6 after Tyra, and she stood up from her chair when the door opened with the immediate certainty of someone who had not wasted a second of 8 months. She and Serafini looked at each other across the doorway. You came back, Bryn said. I said I would, Serafini said. Something moved across Bryn's face, swift and profound and quickly contained. She stepped forward and put her arms around her sister for a moment, brief and fierce, and Serafini returned it with the same brevity and the same ferocity. Then they separated and both of them turned to practical matters, which was clearly a family trait. Liss of House Thornwall was the last. Her room was the southernmost, with a window that overlooked the great hall's roof garden, and it was larger than the others because it had been her room since childhood, before it became her prison. She was 21, with dark brown hair and a face that had the quality of someone who had been fighting to maintain themselves against a slow erosion, and had largely succeeded. She stood in the center of her own childhood room and looked at Issei for a long moment. The servant passage, she said. Serafini used it. We came in through the drainage tunnel below it, Issei said. My great-great-grandfather built that tunnel, Liss said. He was paranoid about sieges. He built 3 exits out of this citadel that were never recorded in the official plans. A pause. I know where the other 2 are. Issei looked at her. Then you're leading us out. Something in Liss's expression shifted, an adjustment, a recalibration. She had been, in this room, in this citadel, a prisoner in her own home for 8 months. And now someone was asking her to lead. Yes, she said. I am. She took them through the citadel with a certainty that belonged to someone who had grown up running these halls, who had memorized every room and passage and hidden door not out of necessity but out of love. Not the servant's passage but a second one, accessed through a panel in the back of a wardrobe that still held some of her old clothes, leading to a narrow stair that descended in a tight spiral through the thickness of the outer wall itself and emerged, finally, into a space between the citadel's outer wall and the city's old fortification ring. A gap, 3 meters wide, open to the sky. The passage beyond the gap is here, Liz said, pressing a stone in the city wall in a pattern that took 4 separate presses in sequence. A section of wall shifted inward, just enough to pass through sideways. One by one they went through it. Issei went last. Before he ducked through the gap, he looked back at the citadel wall, at Malakar's banners hanging dark and heavy in the night air, at the lit windows of the great hall below where Evening Court was probably still trying to figure out what had made that crash in the storage rooms. Not bad, Ddraig said. We're not clear yet, Issei said. No. But not bad. He went through the wall. They moved through the city's back channels for an hour, guided by lists and aided by the fact that it was full dark now and Thornwall's residents had learned to keep their lamps low after curfew. Osper the Chandler had apparently anticipated this, because when they arrived at his shop's rear entrance, there were 7 traveling cloaks laid out on the workbench and a cart waiting in the alley with a driver who looked at them, looked at Osper, and said nothing. The eastern road to the Grey Vein crossing, Osper said to the driver. Past the Grey Vein to the Castle Way House. You know it. I know it, the driver said. Osper looked at Issei. The Way House is 2 hours east. House Castle maintains it. From there, the noble houses can be contacted. He paused. Word will reach Malakar before morning that the citadel is empty. He will send riders. How long before the covenant rites can be formally invoked? Issei asked. Tyra answered before Osper could. 12 hours, if the invocation is made at a recognized way house before witnesses. We can initiate the militia call before sunrise. Then we need to be at that way house in 2 hours, Issei said. That's what I said, Osper agreed. He looked at the 7 women in varying states of exhaustion and the young man in the strange clothes with the glowing gauntlet, and his expression was that of someone who had been maintaining a chandler's shop and a small piece of quiet defiance for 2 years and had just watched it amount to something. Go, he said. Quickly. Come back when it is done. Lyrian Castle put her hand on his arm for a moment, briefly and with great dignity. We will, she said. They went. The cart moved east through the dark streets of Thornwall, carrying 8 people and 1 very old and very patient dragon toward a way house and a dawn that, for the first time in 8 months, had a different quality to it. Issei sat on the cart's rear board, watching the citadel's towers recede behind the city's roofline. 6 women freed. Covenant rites not yet invoked but intact, moving with their rightful holders toward the place where they could be used. 1 warlord who would discover, sometime around dawn, that his most important lever had been removed. He still did not know how to get home. He still had no idea who had cracked the sky and dropped him here. But the cart wheels were turning on the eastern road, and the amber moon was overhead, and beside him on the board Serafini was sitting very upright and looking at the road ahead with gray eyes that had, in the last several hours, moved decisively past assessing and arrived somewhere else entirely. Thank you, she said, without turning to look at him. We're not at the way house yet, Issei said. No, she agreed. But we will be. Inside the gauntlet, Ddraig was quiet. The kind of quiet that was not absence but attention, listening to the dark road and the turning wheels and the distant amber moon and the sense of something that had been very wrong beginning, slowly, to turn. The cart moved east. The city fell behind. The road opened ahead. Chapter 6. The Way House at Dawn. Covenant and Consequence. The Castle Way House sat at the junction of the Eastern Road and the Old King's Highway, a long, low building of pale stone surrounded by a courtyard wall that had been maintained with quiet care through the occupation because House Castle's caretaker, a woman named Aldith who had worked for the house for 30 years, had simply refused to stop maintaining it. She came out when the cart arrived, holding a lamp, and when she saw Lyrian step down from the cart she made a sound that was not a word and crossed the courtyard in a way that was neither a walk nor a run but something between them, and Lyrian met her in the middle with both hands extended. Issei looked away. Some things were private. Aldith got everyone inside within minutes, which was impressive given that everyone was road-worn and some of them were operating on significantly less than a full night's sleep. The Way House had a large common room with a hearth, and the hearth was lit, and there was hot food producing steam from clay pots on the fireplace spit, which suggested either that Aldith had been told to expect guests, or that she simply kept the house permanently ready for people who might need it. Issei sat down near the fire and let himself be still for the first time since the morning. The warmth of it moved into his shoulders and he realized how cold he had been without registering it. Tyra of House Morn sat across from him. She had spent the cart ride in focused silence, and now she regarded him with the measured attention that was apparently the default mode of House Morn diplomats. "You mentioned you are not from this world," she said. "I'm not. How did you come to be here?" "The sky cracked, and I fell through." She accepted this with a slight tilt of her head. "And the gauntlet?" "It's mine." "It came with me. And the dragon inside it." "Also mine." "Also came with me." Ddraig made a sound that was somewhere between dignified and offended. "I am not a possession," he said. "I am a partner." "My partner," Issei amended. "He is also a very old and very powerful entity who happens to live inside a gauntlet on my arm." Tyra nodded slowly. "In this kingdom, such things are called sacred bindings. A covenant between a person and a power greater than themselves, formalized through an object." She paused. "It is not entirely unlike the covenant rights held by the noble houses." Issei had not thought about it that way. He looked at the gauntlet, at the emerald gem pulsing its steady green rhythm. 8 months ago Ddraig would have called that comparison inaccurate and somewhat impertinent. Now the dragon was quiet, which meant he was thinking about it. "The covenant invocation," Issei said. "How does it work?" Tyra straightened, moving into what was clearly professional ground. "Each of the 7 noble daughters carries, through bloodline, the authority of their house's founding covenant. That covenant can be invoked at any recognized way house before a minimum of 3 witnesses, provided the holder is present and uncoerced. When invoked, the covenant's terms activate automatically. In our case, the terms include the right to call the standing militia. And you need all 7 to invoke? We need a majority. 4 of 7. We have 7 here." She looked at Serafini. "All 7. Then why haven't you started?" "Because Lyrian is being reunited with Aldith and I was waiting for that to be finished," Tyra said, in a tone that managed to be both precise and gently amused. "There are some things that should not be interrupted." Issei looked at the fire. Outside, the sky was doing what skies do before dawn, that particular dark that is not the dark of midnight but the dark of imminence. In an hour the light would begin. Lyrian came back into the common room with composed eyes and a steady walk. She looked at Tyra. Tyra looked at the others. One by one, Bryn, Serafini, Dara, Kala, Liss came to the center of the room. Issei moved to the wall, giving them space. What happened next was not dramatic in the way he expected. There were no great lights, no thunderclaps, no visible surge of power. The 7 women stood in a circle and each of them spoke a phrase, different words for different houses but in the same cadence, and when they finished speaking the air in the room felt different. Cleaner. Like the moment after a storm passes. Dara gasped. Her hands had come up again, and this time the shimmer of blue-white channeling light did not dissipate. It stayed, trembling at her fingertips, the first time she had touched her own power in 8 months, and her face was the face of someone who had been holding their breath for a very long time, and has just been allowed to breathe. Liss was crying silently, which she seemed neither embarrassed by nor troubled by. Bryn had her arm around Serafini and Serafini was not pushing her away. Lyrian turned to the room at large. "The covenant invocation is complete. We have 30 minutes before first light. Aldith has already sent the Wayhouse fastest rider to the nearest militia post." She paused. "By midday, House Castle's militia will be on the road. By evening, all 7 house militias will have received the call. By tomorrow morning, Malachar will know that the lever he has been using no longer exists. He still has an army," Issei said. "He has an army without a legal justification," Tyra said. "Which matters more than it might seem. Half his soldiers are contracted free companies. Free companies require legal justification to continue their contracts. Without the political cover of the Covenant hostages, half of Malachar's force becomes, legally, private citizens engaged in armed occupation. That changes their calculus." "It doesn't end the occupation tonight," Issei said. No, Lyrian agreed. But it ends the period in which the occupation was stable. What comes next is a campaign, not a liberation. She looked at him. And you are still here. I'm still here, Issei confirmed. Then we should discuss, Lyrian said, sitting down at the Wayhouse table with the careful deliberateness of someone beginning something significant. What comes next? Issei pulled up a chair. Outside, the first gray light of dawn was beginning at the edge of the sky, washing the dark pale, and the amber moon was fading as the morning came, and in the courtyard of the castle Wayhouse a rider was already moving east at full speed with the news that something had changed in the kingdom of Aevorn, and that the change had come from the direction no one had been watching. He found Serafini outside before full sunrise, standing at the Wayhouse courtyard wall, looking east. She had washed the road dust from her face, and her dark hair was pulled back, and she was holding a cup of something hot in both hands with the stillness of someone who had been moving urgently for days and had only just allowed herself to stop. He came to stand beside her. Not too close. Just beside. What happens to you now? He asked. I go back, she said. There is a campaign ahead. Lyrian is right. The occupation does not end tonight. Malachar has an army and he will not surrender the capital without a fight. She paused. I am useful in a fight. I know the citadel. I know the city. And I made a promise to Liz, a year ago, when we were both new prisoners, that I would not leave her in that place. You kept that promise. I kept the first part. She turned to look at him. The second part was that I would not stop until she was home. Home is the citadel, which is currently occupied. A pause. The promise still has work to do. Issei looked at the eastern sky, where the gray was warming toward gold. I still don't know how to get home, he said. No. But I don't think the way home is in the direction of standing still. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said no. In my experience, the way toward anything useful is in the direction of doing the next necessary thing. The next necessary thing is the campaign, apparently. The sun's first edge appeared above the treeline, sending long gold light across the Wayhouse courtyard. It was a cold, clear dawn, the kind that felt like a beginning. Then I suppose, Issei said, we keep going. Serafini looked at the sunrise for a moment longer. Then she turned back toward the Wayhouse, toward the table where 6 women and a dragon in a gauntlet were about to plan the reclamation of a kingdom. Yes, she said. We do. Chapter 7, A Dragon Among Houses. What Ddraig saw in the long dark. The planning session lasted until mid-morning. Tyra ran it, which surprised no one who had spent more than 10 minutes in her company. She had a diplomat's mind for structure and consequence, the ability to hold multiple competing priorities simultaneously without losing track of any of them, and she laid out the strategic landscape with the kind of precision that made Issei think she had been working through these calculations for most of the past 8 months. Malachar's army is concentrated in 3 locations, she said, using a rough map that Aldith had produced from the Wayhouse records. The capital garrison, which is his main force. The eastern provincial posts, which are smaller but control the roads. And a reserve force he keeps at Grey Fort, 2 days south, which is his insurance. What is the militia situation? Lyrian asked. Combined, the 7 house militias number slightly more than Malachar's main force. Not so overwhelming as to make the campaign trivial, but sufficient if the strategic situation is favorable. Tyra tapped the map. The strategic situation becomes favorable if we can move his reserve force out of position before the main confrontation. How? Bryn asked. We give them something to respond to in the north, Tyra said, and her eyes moved to Issei. Everyone looked at Issei. Ddraig made the sound again, the one that was somewhere between dignity and amusement. I can make noise in the north, Issei said. If that's useful. A single combatant with a documented sacred binding, moving through the northern provincial posts and demonstrating capability, would be read by Malachar's command as a potential organized resistance activity, Tyra said. He would likely redirect his reserve force north to investigate and contain. This creates a window in which the main garrison is unsupported. You want me to go make trouble in the north while you gather the militias, diplomatically stated. How long do you need? 5 days to consolidate the militia call. 2 more to march on the capital. She paused. 7 days. 7 days. Issei thought about this. 7 days of moving through the north, keeping attention, staying visible enough to draw notice and fast enough to avoid being caught. Doable. Especially with Ddraig. There is a complication, Calla said. Everyone looked at her. She was the youngest person at the table by several years, but she had produced the most accurate intelligence about the south wall guard positions from a prison window, and no one had forgotten it. The northern provincial posts are controlled by Lord Captain Wren, Calla continued. He is Malakar's most competent field commander. He will not simply redirect his forces because of one unusual combatant. He will send scouts first, and then a detachment, and then, if the threat seems significant, he will come himself. She paused. The threat needs to seem significant. How significant? Issei asked. Significant enough that Wren believes it is the advance element of a coordinated northern uprising. So not just making trouble. Making trouble that looks like it has an organized force behind it. Exactly. Dara, who had been quiet throughout the planning session with the slightly faraway expression of someone reacquainting themselves with their own capabilities, looked up. I can help with that. Wind channeling, at distance, can create sound patterns that suggest large troop movements. Branches breaking, ground vibration, the acoustic quality of many people moving through forests. She paused. I have not done it in 8 months and I am still reorienting to my own channeling, but I can learn quickly. You would come north? Issei asked. Someone with active channeling ability would significantly increase the deception's credibility, she said. Not yes, but not no. The logic of it. It is also dangerous, Bryn said. Less dangerous than another 8 months in an iron room, Dara said, with the quiet certainty of someone who had run the comparison and arrived at a clear answer. Lyrian looked around the table. The quality of the room had shifted slightly in a way that Issei recognized from Rias's tactical meetings, the point where a plan stops being a possibility and becomes an intention. Then we are agreed, Lyrian said. Issei and Dara move north. The rest of us move east to consolidate the militia. She looked at Issei. 7 days. 7 days, he said. Serafini was looking at the map. She had been quiet throughout the session, participating in the way that someone participates when they have already made a decision and are waiting for the appropriate moment to announce it. I go north as well, she said. Bryn turned to her. Serafini. I know the northern posts, Serafini said. I traveled through them before I was captured. I know which roads Wren scouts use and which they do not. She did not look at her sister while she said this, only at the map. I am useful there. Bryn was quiet for a moment. Then she said, come back. I have a record of coming back, Serafini said, and the corner of her mouth moved in a way that was not quite a smile but was in the direction of one. It appears to be a habit. Issei found a moment alone in the late morning while preparations were underway, standing in the Wayhouse's small stable yard while the horses were being readied. He held the gauntlet up and let the morning light fall on it, watching the emerald gem do its slow, patient pulse. Ddraig, he said. Here. When I fell through that crack in the sky. What was it? A long pause. Longer than Ddraig usually paused. I don't know. You don't know, or you have a theory you don't want to share yet? Another pause. The latter. Then share it. The energy signature of whatever opened that rift was not devil energy. It was not fallen angel energy. It was not any category I have encountered in the 1,000 years I have existed. Draig's voice was careful, the careful of someone who understood that uncertainty was a more accurate response than a confident wrong answer. There is something in this world that is very old, and that has been waiting for a specific type of individual. A sacred binding holder. Someone carrying a covenant. It pulled me here. That is my theory. Yes. Why? I don't know yet. But I intend to find out. This world has its own covenants, as you saw this morning. Its own sacred bindings, its own long histories of power and inheritance and obligation. Something in the pattern of this place recognized the pattern of ours and reached. Issei looked at the Wayhouse roof, where the morning light was now full and direct and the amber moon had faded entirely from the sky. So the way home might be related to whatever brought me here. That would be my working hypothesis, yes. And understanding why I was brought here requires understanding this world. Which requires, Ddraig said, with the deliberate cadence of someone arriving at the point they wanted to make, exactly the kind of engagement you have been undertaking since you arrived. Moving through it. Meeting its people. Learning its structure. Issei was quiet for a moment. You could have told me this last night, he said. You were busy last night. I was. Also, I wanted to observe the Covenant invocation before forming a complete theory. What I saw this morning confirmed several things. A pause. The Covenant rights of this kingdom's noble houses are not simply legal instruments. They are genuine bindings of a very old kind. The energy released when those 7 women completed the invocation was unlike anything in our own world's taxonomy, but it was recognizable in the way that one river is recognizable to someone who knows what rivers are, even if they have never seen this specific one, and it's connected to whatever brought me here. I believe so. Yes. Serafini appeared in the stable yard doorway. The horses are ready. We should move if we want to be past the eastern fork before Malakar's riders are on the road. Issei lowered his arm. The gauntlet's gem pulsed once, green and steady. We'll continue this conversation north, he said to Ddraig. We will have time, the dragon said. 7 days is a great deal of time for a dragon. Issei walked back into the wayhouse to say goodbye to Lyrian, Tyra, Bryn, Calla, and Liss, to take the supplies Aldith had packed with the efficiency of someone who had maintained a wayhouse for 30 years and understood exactly what people going into difficult country needed, and to set out onto the northern road with 2 women who had spent 8 months as prisoners and one very old dragon who had spent considerably longer as a mystery. The campaign had begun. Somewhere north, Lord Captain Wren's garrison posts waited in the pale sun. Somewhere south, 7 house militias were waking to their covenant call. And in a cracked and occupied kingdom of grey-walled cities and amber moons, a boy from another world was starting to understand that the reason he had been dropped here might have less to do with accident and more to do with the very old things that sometimes reach across the gap between worlds for exactly the person they need. Act 2, The Northern Deception. Chapter 8, The Road That Watches Back. 3 days north, and what followed. The northern road was older than the kingdom. Issei could feel the age of it in the stones beneath the horses' hooves, in the way the roadbed was laid too precisely, too durably, for the civilization that currently used it. Someone had built this road before Aevorn had a name, before the noble houses had their covenants, before Malakar had his ambitions, and whoever had built it had intended it to last longer than all of those things combined. He said as much to Serafini, riding beside him in the pale morning of the first day north. She nodded without surprise. The old road, she said? Every kingdom in this part of the continent has a section of it. Nobody knows who built it. The scholars at the Aevorn archive argued about it for generations. Some said it was the Greyborn, the civilization before ours. Some said it predates even them. She looked at the road ahead. Malakar's soldiers use it the same as everyone else. The road does not care who walks on it. Practical road, Ddraig observed. Very, Serafini agreed. Dara was riding slightly ahead, which had been her habit since they left the wayhouse. Not far enough ahead to lose sight of the others, just enough to have a clear view of what was coming. She had spent the first morning of the journey reacquainting herself with her channeling, small exercises conducted at a careful distance, wind curls that lifted the dry leaves from the roadside in patterns she could feel but barely see, water pulls that drew the morning dew off the grass into brief ascending spirals. Her concentration during these exercises was complete and inward-looking, and she did not speak while she worked. By mid-morning of the first day she had stopped the exercises and was simply riding, and the quality of her silence had changed. Less focused, more settled. Like someone who had been carrying a heavy thing and had put it down in the right place. How does it feel? Issei asked, riding up beside her. Like relearning to walk, she said. You know the motion. Your body knows the motion. But the pathways that carry the knowledge have been unused and they are stiff. She paused. It is getting better. By tonight it should be close to normal, and the kind of channeling Tyra described. Sound patterns. Movement simulation. I have done it before, in training, she said. The principle is straightforward. Wind channeling at the right frequencies creates vibration in solid surfaces. Vibration in solid surfaces, particularly in dense forests, produces acoustic patterns that are very difficult to distinguish from actual physical movement. She looked at him sideways. The art is in the layering. Single source vibration sounds like one large thing. Multiple source vibration at staggered frequencies sounds like many things. Many soldiers moving through forest. Many soldiers. Or a large column. Or, if done carefully, an encampment. She paused again. I can make Ren scouts believe there is an army where there is no army. But I need to be positioned correctly. Close enough to the target terrain to direct the channeling accurately, far enough from the scout positions that they cannot triangulate the source. How far? Half a kilometer should be sufficient. At that distance the channeling dissipates enough that the directional quality becomes ambiguous. Issei thought about the landscape ahead. Serafini had described the northern provincial territory as heavily forested with several ridgelines running east-west, which was useful for a deception requiring cover. We have 7 days, he said. How many scout positions do you think Ren maintains in the north? Serafini would know better than I would, Dara said. Serafini had been listening from just behind them. Ren runs a 5-post system in the north. Baronwatch, Coldholm, Twix Crossing, the Ashford Relay, and Greygate in the far north. Each post has a small garrison and a set of riders for communication. She guided her horse around a rut in the old road. He coordinates them weekly. Intelligence from all 5 posts arrives at his command position, which moves but is usually near Baronwatch. So if all 5 posts are sending him reports of large movement in the northern forest, Issei said, he will believe it. Yes. Can you cover all 5 posts? Issei asked Dara. She was quiet for a moment. Not simultaneously. But sequentially, over 2 or 3 days, with careful positioning. Each post scouts would report independently. Ren would receive 5 separate reports from 5 separate locations describing similar phenomena. Independent corroboration. She paused. It would be very convincing. Then that is the plan, Issei said. We move post to post. Dara creates the evidence. I create the visible presence. Serafini navigates. And if Ren sends soldiers rather than just scouts? Serafini asked. Then we are faster than soldiers, and we keep moving. It was a simple answer to a complicated question, and all 3 of them knew it. But simple answers were sometimes the most accurate ones. They rode north. By nightfall of the first day they had reached the edge of the forest territory that Serafini associated with Baronwatch's scouting range. They made camp off the road, in the lee of a limestone ridge that blocked the wind and provided a shallow overhang for shelter, and Serafini built the fire with the same practiced economy she had used in the first camp, this time with Dara's assistance, which reduced the time required by half. Dara, Issei had noticed, approached every practical task with the same focused competence she brought to channeling. She built the fire efficiently, prepared the evening provisions without waste, and organized the camp with a spatial logic that made the small site feel larger than it was. She did this without commentary, as though the doing were its own sufficient reason. He found himself curious about her. How's Fennec, he said over the fire. What is it like? She looked at him across the flames with an expression that was not guarded but was thoughtful in the way of someone deciding what part of a large answer to give. My family has held the Eastern River Province for 11 generations, she said. Fennec channelers have always been river-born, the bloodline attunes to water and wind, which is what rivers are at their simplest. My mother channels water. My aunt channels weather. I channel both, which is unusual. Is that why Malachar was particularly careful about the iron? A channeler who can work both elements is harder to contain than one who works only one. He was cautious. She looked at the fire. He was right to be cautious. But his caution was directed at the wrong thing. He spent 8 months keeping me from my channeling. He should have spent 8 months keeping me from a window. What did the window give you? Sky, she said simply. Wind channeling does not require physical contact with the element. It requires awareness of it. As long as I could feel the wind through the window, even with the iron suppressing my active ability, I was maintaining the connection. When the iron was removed this morning, the connection was not dormant. It was alive and waiting. Issei absorbed this. So he thought he had cut off your power. He thought he had. He had not. A brief pause. I did not tell the others. If Malakar's people had learned I was still connected, they would have sealed the window. I was patient. Serafini, across the fire, looked at Dara with an expression that held something like recognition. You were never just waiting, she said. You were preparing. Yes, Dara said. The fire burned between them. The forest around the camp was dark and close and alive with the small sounds of nocturnal things going about their business in the cold. Issei watched the flames and thought about patience, about the kind of long patience that was not passive but active, that maintained itself through months of constraint by refusing to let go of the one thing that could not be taken. He thought about Ddraig, who had waited inside a gauntlet for a very long time before finding a partner. He thought about the amber moon, which moved on its own schedule regardless of what kingdoms rose or fell beneath it. Get some sleep, he said eventually. Tomorrow we start making Ren nervous. Chapter 9, The Ghost Army. What the scouts heard in Coldholm Forest. Baron Watch Post sat on a low hill at the forest's northern edge, a modest garrison of stone walls and timber roof that commanded a good view of the approaches from the west and south. Its scouts ran 3 routes daily through the surrounding forest, which Serafini had mapped from memory in the dirt before they broke camp. Issei studied her drawing. 3 routes. The eastern route ran closest to the ridge where they were positioned. The western route curved wide, staying on open ground. The central route went directly into the heavy forest between the ridge and the post. Eastern route first, he said. Dara, can you work from the ridge top? The ridge top is ideal, she said. Elevated position, forest below and ahead. I can direct the channeling into the dense timber, and it will propagate naturally. They climbed the ridge in the pre-dawn gray, moving carefully over loose stone. The ridge top was narrow, perhaps 4 meters across, carpeted in dry grass that rustled in the early wind. Issei could see the Baron Watch Post torches from here, small orange points in the blue darkness below. Dara sat down cross-legged on the stone, facing the forest to the east. She closed her eyes. For a moment nothing happened. Then the forest below them changed. It was subtle at first. A deepening of the ambient sounds, a quality that was difficult to name but was unmistakable once you noticed it, the forest floor vibrating at a frequency just below hearing, communicating itself not to the ears but to the soles of feet, to the inner ear, to some older part of the human nervous system that still understood what large groups of things moving in forests sounded like. Then it became less subtle. The cracking of branches, deep in the tree line, and not the sharp crack of one branch, but the layered, overlapping sound of many. The compression of undergrowth, rhythmic, the sound of something passing that had width and weight and a consistent direction. The rustle of disturbed canopies spreading west to east in a wave that was exactly the acoustic signature of a large column moving through dense timber. Issei stood on the ridge and felt the hair on his arms rise. He knew there was nothing in that forest. He could see from here that there was nothing in that forest. And his body was still responding to the sound of an army that did not exist. That is remarkable, Ddraig said, in a tone that did not use that word lightly. Serafini was watching the post below. In the torchlight, she could see movement, soldiers coming to the walls, looking east toward the forest. One of them was pointing. The morning scout patrol leaves in approximately 20 minutes, she said quietly. They will go into that forest, and they will find the expected signs. What signs? Issei asked. Dara's channeling will have disturbed the ground cover. Wind vibration at those frequencies compacts the soil and flattens undergrowth. It will look, to anyone who knows what to look for, like the passage of a large body of people. Issei looked at the back of Dara's head. She was still deep in the channeling, her concentration absolute, the small muscles around her eyes tight with focused effort. The sounds from the forest continued, steady and convincing and entirely fictional. How long can she maintain it? He asked, very quietly. I do not know, Serafini said. She has been without her full ability for 8 months. Even if the connection was maintained, the endurance has not been tested. As if in answer to this concern, the sounds from the forest gradually eased, not stopping suddenly but fading with the natural diminishment of something moving away to the east, until the forest was quiet again and only the wind remained. Dara opened her eyes. She sat still for a moment, and Issei could see the slight unsteadiness in her breathing that came from sustained effort. That was about as long as I can currently hold it, she said. 20 minutes, perhaps a little more. The endurance will increase as I work the ability back to full capacity. 20 minutes was enough, Serafini said. The scouts will be in that forest within the hour. They will find the compacted ground. They will hear the distant diminishment of what sounds like a column moving away from them. They will report large organized movement in the eastern forest. 1 post, Issei said. 4 to go. Dara stood up, carefully, and looked at the lightning sky. Then we should move to Coldholm before the noon patrol. Coldholm was 3 hours north and west, nestled in a valley between 2 forested ridges that funneled the wind into a constant cold channel along the valley floor. It was larger than Baronwatch, 20 soldiers rather than 12, and its scout routes were more elaborate, covering 4 different approaches to account for the valley's complex terrain. They approached it from the eastern ridge, which was higher and more heavily forested than the western one and provided better cover. Serafini identified the scout routes from observation, and by mid-morning they had selected the position for Dara's second performance. This time Issei added his own element. While Dara channeled from the ridge, Issei moved to the valley floor with the boosted gear active at a low level. Not combat active, not the full crimson and emerald display of a genuine power manifestation, but visible. The gauntlet's light glowed steadily through the trees as he moved along the edge of the forest, and he moved with deliberate purpose, the way someone moves when they know they are being watched and want to be seen as significant rather than caught. He covered 200 meters along the tree line. Then he stepped into the deeper forest, and was gone. The scout who had been watching from the ridge above Coldholm was halfway back to the post at a run before Issei had finished settling into his concealed position. Well done, Serafini said, when he returned to their position. It is a strange feeling, he said, deliberately being seen. You have spent most of your time in this world trying not to be seen. I prefer it. But visible has its uses. The scout will report a figure with a visible sacred binding moving along the Coldholm tree line at the same time as large troop movement was detected in the eastern approach forest, Serafini said. Combined with the Baronwatch report from this morning, Ren will begin to construct a picture. A picture of what? A picture of a coordinated force with a sacred bound leader making a deliberate approach to the northern province. She paused. The sacred binding is important. In Aevorn's history, every significant military uprising has been led by someone carrying a covenant, or a binding. It is a cultural pattern. Ren will read the binding as evidence of organized leadership. He will think I am leading an army. He will think you are the visible element of a larger force that is being deliberately kept hidden. Which is, from his perspective, more threatening than simply seeing an army. She looked at him. Known threats can be quantified. Unknown threats cannot. Ddraig made the sound of someone who appreciated strategic elegance. She thinks like a general, he said. My family has been navigating military and political threats for 11 generations, Serafini said, without particular pride. It is a matter of education. They moved north. Chapter 10, Twix Crossing. The third report, and the name it made. Twix Crossing was not a post in the conventional sense. It was a river crossing point where the northern tributary of the Grey Vein was narrow enough to ford, and Ren had stationed a small detachment there not because it was a militarily significant position but because controlling the ford controlled movement between the western and eastern halves of the northern territory. 11 soldiers. 2 stationed at the fort itself, 9 in a camp on the northern bank. The camp was lean and functional, no fortifications, designed for rapid movement rather than defense. This told Issei something about Ren's philosophy. He kept his forces mobile, capable of rapid response, rather than committed to fixed defensive positions. A mobile commander would respond to a northern threat by moving toward it rather than reinforcing his posts. That's what we want, Issei said. What we want is for Ren to commit forces northward before the militia confrontation at the capital, Serafini confirmed. A mobile commander commits faster. The risk is that he commits with a larger force than a static commander would. How large is his reserve? Tyra estimated 200 soldiers at Grey Fort. Ren's mobile force is probably another 100, which he keeps near his command position. She paused. If he commits all of it north, The capital garrison loses 300 soldiers of support capacity. That changes the militia confrontation significantly. So we need him to commit all of it. We need him to believe the northern threat is large enough to justify the full commitment. Issei looked at Dara. They were on the forested ridge overlooking the Twix crossing camp, the third day of movement, and Dara's endurance had been increasing steadily. This morning she had maintained the channeling for 40 minutes without stopping, and the quality of it had improved too, more layered, more convincing, a more sophisticated acoustic architecture. Can you do something larger here? He asked. Not just movement. An encampment, she considered. An encampment requires sustained vibration at low frequencies. Cooking fires, movement of people within a constrained area, the acoustic signature of a camp at rest. She paused. It is more complex than a column in motion. But I think I can approximate it. For how long? An hour. Perhaps more. Issei looked at the ford below. An hour of channeled encampment sounds, combined with visible presence, combined with the 2 previous reports already on their way to Ren's command position. Do it, he said. I'll move along the eastern bank, stay visible. We want the crossing detachment to report that the force they've been hearing has stopped moving and established a position. A force that stops moving and makes camp is a force preparing to advance, Serafini said. It is the most threatening thing an unknown force can do. I know. Ren will receive 3 reports within 2 days, each from a different position, each describing escalating activity. The progression from movement to visible commander to established camp is the progression of an army preparing an offensive. She looked at him. He will not wait for a 4th report. He will move. Then this is where we need him to move from, Issei said. If he comes north from his command position, he moves away from the capital. If he calls the Grey Fort Reserve up to join him, that is 300 soldiers pointed in exactly the wrong direction. Dara was already settling into position, choosing her stone with the careful attention she brought to everything practical, checking the wind direction, adjusting her orientation. Ready, she said. Go, Issei said, and moved toward the river bank. He spent an hour moving along the eastern bank of the ford tributary, appearing at intervals that a watching soldier would find impossible to dismiss as accidental. The gauntlet's light was at its most visible, a steady emerald pulse that caught the midday sun and reflected it in ways that natural materials did not. He moved with the deliberateness of someone who had purpose and direction and was not particularly concerned about being seen. The 2 soldiers at the ford watched him the whole time. He could feel their attention even at 200 meters, the particular focused quality of people who knew they were seeing something significant and were already composing their report. He made himself easy to observe and impossible to approach, staying in terrain that would require them to leave their position to investigate, which their orders would not permit. Behind him, in the forested ridge above the eastern bank, the sounds of an encampment filtered through the trees with steady, convincing credibility. Low movement sounds. The distant but unmistakable rhythm of a camp at functional rest. Multiple sources, multiple directions, the acoustic signature of many people in a contained area going about the ordinary business of maintaining themselves between actions. When Dara ended the channeling, she did it the way you ended an encampment, not by stopping but by gradually reducing the activity sounds while introducing movement sounds in the opposite direction, away from the ford, as though the camp were breaking and the column were resuming its march north. Issei watched the 2 soldiers at the ford from his last position, a slight rise in the bank that gave him a clean sideline, and saw both of them turn north to watch the direction of the retreating sounds, and then turn to each other, and then one of them ran back to the camp on the northern bank while the other kept watching. Good. He rejoined Serafini and Dara on the ridge. The report from Twix crossing will take half a day to reach Ren, Serafini said. Combined with the Baronwatch and Coldholm reports, he will have 3 independent accounts of a large organized force with a sacred-bound commander that has moved from east to west across his scouting territory, made camp, and resumed northward movement. He will move tonight or tomorrow morning, Issei said. Tonight, Serafini said, with the quiet certainty of someone whose assessment of tactical personalities was built on years of paying attention. Ren is not a man who sleeps when he has an unresolved threat. Dara drank from her water skin and looked at the sky. The amber moon was just becoming visible in the afternoon blue, its presence more pronounced in the north than it had been in Thornwall. The Ashford relay and Greygate, she said. We need them both. Tomorrow, Issei said. Can you manage 2 more performances after the crossing? She thought about this honestly. Ashford, yes. Greygate. A pause. Greygate will require all of it. If I have tonight to rest, I can deliver Greygate well enough to be convincing. Then we rest tonight. Move at first light. The afternoon wind was picking up from the north, cold and direct, and it brought with it the smell of pine and cold stone and something underneath both of those, an ancient smell that the old road carried, the smell of distance and time. Issei thought about Tyra, about Lyrian, about the 6 women moving southeast toward the militia consolidation point. He thought about the 7 days that had seemed like a long time and were now moving faster than he expected. 4 days remaining. 2 posts to go. He thought about Malachar waking up in his occupied citadel to discover first that his hostages were gone, then that his northern commander was sending urgent dispatches about an organized uprising, then that 300 soldiers who should have been a reserve were marching toward a phantom army in the northern forest. He thought these were things worth the cold. Chapter 11. What Ren did in the night. 3 reports and a commander who did not sleep. They knew Ren had moved because Serafini heard the riders. She had been keeping watch in the pre-dawn hours, as she habitually did, standing at the edge of the camp on the high ground above Twix crossing and listening to the night with the attentiveness of someone who had spent 4 days moving through enemy-held territory. The riders came from the southwest, 4 of them, moving fast on the post road, and they passed within a kilometer of the camp without stopping. Command riders, she said, when she woke Issei. Moving north. Fast and in a group. How do you know they are command riders? The pace and the formation. Scouts move in pairs and at variable speeds, adapting to terrain. Command riders move in groups of 4 and at the maximum sustainable pace their horses allow. Someone with authority is directing rapid movement north. Issei was fully awake. In the gray pre-dawn the camp was cold, the fire banked to coals, the frost making small quiet sounds as it settled on the grass. Ren himself? The riders went before him. They would be going to the Ashford relay and Greygate to order those garrisons to hold and report. He will follow with his main force. How many in his main force? If he's moving in response to what we've shown him, he would want at least 100. Possibly 150. And the Greyford Reserve? If he has already sent for them, they would be marching north as well. Different road, slower pace. They would arrive in the north a day or 2 after Ren. Issei did the calculation. Ren's mobile force plus the Greyford Reserve, moving north in response to a fiction, drawn away from the capital before the militia confrontation. 300 soldiers pointed in exactly the wrong direction. It's working, he said. It is working, Serafini confirmed, in a tone that was not triumphant but was something quieter and more solid. Satisfaction, maybe, the kind that came from watching a carefully constructed plan perform as intended. Dara had woken during the conversation and was sitting up in her bedroll listening. If Ren is moving north, he will pass through the Ashford relay area during the day. If we are at Ashford when he arrives, the scouts at the relay will report signs of the force at the same time as Ren's own column is entering the area. He will believe he is closing in on us, Issei said. He will believe he is closing in on the advance element, Dara said. That is different. An advance element means there is a larger force behind it. Which direction will he look for the larger force? North, Serafini said. Always north. We have been moving him north consistently. His entire mental map of the threat is oriented northward, and while he is oriented north, Lyrian and Tyra are moving the militias west toward the capital. Yes. Issei pulled on his cloak and looked at the sky. The pre-dawn gray was beginning to warm at the eastern edge, the first hesitant suggestion of color. The cold was profound and clean, the kind of cold that made everything feel precise. How many days left? 3, Serafini said. We have been 7 days total. 4 have passed, then Ashford today. Greygate tomorrow. Then south. South, Serafini agreed. Yes. Dara was already getting up, folding her bedroll with practiced efficiency. She looked at the eastern sky and then at the road and then at Issei, and her expression held something that had not been there a week ago, something that was not quite ease but was in that direction, the loosening quality of someone who has been moving on their own reserves for a long time and has found, unexpectedly, that they are not alone in the expenditure. Ashford, she said. Let us go make Ren chase himself north. The Ashford relay was the most sophisticated of the 5 posts, a proper military way station with a small stable, a communications room, and a watchtower that gave a clear view of the northern approach roads. It had 25 soldiers, which was more than any of the others, and its scouts ran 5 routes covering all 4 cardinal directions plus a northeast diagonal that accounted for the mountain pass above the tree line. Ren was not there yet when they arrived. Serafini's estimate put his column 2 hours behind them. 2 hours was enough. Dara chose the northern ridge above the relay, the highest ground in the area, and she worked for 2 hours with the kind of sustained concentration that Issei had watched develop and deepen across the past 3 days. The channeling she produced above Ashford was the most complex she had attempted, a layered acoustic architecture that combined column movement sounds with the distant rhythmic activity of a camp breaking, creating the impression of a large force that had been stationary, and was now moving again, but slowly, deliberately, with the weight of something that had size and organization. The Ashford scouts went out twice in those 2 hours, and both times came back to report. When Issei positioned himself for visibility, he moved into the open ground north of the relay on the high road, where any soldier on the watchtower would have a clean sight line to the gauntlet's light. He stood there for long enough to be unmistakable, and then he walked back north, into the forest, at a deliberate pace, the pace of someone who had a destination and was not running from pursuit. He heard the relay's bell ring twice as he entered the tree line. Alert signal, Serafini said, when he returned to their position. 2 bells means confirmed sighting of the target. They will have a rider to Ren within 15 minutes, and Ren is 2 hours south. He will accelerate. He has seen 3 separate reports and now a relay confirmation. He will think he has us, Issei said. He will think he is minutes behind us, Serafini said. Which is exactly where we want him to be. An hour behind us, he would slow down and think. Minutes behind us, he runs north. He runs north, she confirmed. Into the forest. Into the territory where there is nothing to find. It would take him time to realize that. Time spent moving away from the capital. Time that was, at this moment, the most valuable thing in Aevorn. Chapter 12, Greygate. The last performance. Greygate was 3 hours north of Ashford, and it sat at the edge of the world in the way that only the most northern outposts of kingdoms managed, a place where the trees thinned and the ground became rocky and the sky seemed somehow more present, more immediate, than it did farther south. The mountains were visible from Greygate, a line of gray and white along the northern horizon that made the sky look taller. The post itself was small. 15 soldiers. A watchtower and a stone building and a supply depot for patrols that went into the mountain passes. It was the furthest north Ren's network extended, the edge of his operational territory, and it served primarily as a sensor, something to give early warning of threats from the mountain passes. It was also, for their purposes, the final element. A report from Greygate describing large organized movement would complete the picture Ren was assembling. A force of unknown size had moved steadily northward through all 5 of his post territories, evading direct engagement, while maintaining visible presence, and had now reached the northern edge of his operational area. The logical conclusion was that it was heading for the mountain passes, into the northern territories beyond Aevorn's borders, where Malakar's authority did not extend. A force heading for the mountain passes was a force with external support. A force with external support was a threat of a different order entirely. He will not stop at the forest, Serafini said, as they made their way north in the gray morning of the 5th day. If he believes the force is heading for the mountain passes with external backing, he will pursue all the way to Greygate. He will commit everything he has to it, and be 3 days north of the capital when Lyrian's militia arrives, Issei said. At minimum. Then Greygate is where we finish the deception. Dara had been quiet through the morning ride, conserving herself for what she knew was coming. She had not said much since they broke camp above Ashford, but her quietness was not fatigue. It was the specific focused stillness of someone gathering everything they had for a final effort. At the base of the ridge above Greygate she stopped her horse and sat still for a moment. How much do you need? Issei asked. Everything, she said. What Wren will send up here after Ashford will be his best scouts. Mountain-trained men who know the difference between real signs and atmospheric anomaly. She looked at the ridge. I need to give them something that is beyond question. What does beyond question look like? She thought about it. An encampment at full operation. Not approaching, not departing. Present. A force that has been here for days, that has made itself comfortable in the northern terrain, that is resting and supplying itself before a mountain crossing. She paused. With wind channeling at sufficient scale, I can create the acoustic signature of something that large. Fires. Horses. Equipment. Voice patterns. Another pause. It will cost me. But it is the last one. How long do you need? 2 hours to set up the full architecture. Then I can maintain it for as long as Wren scouts are in the area. She looked at him steadily. The scouts will be thorough. They may stay for several hours. I need to be prepared to hold it for as long as they need to be convinced. Is that safe? She considered the question honestly, which he had come to recognize as one of her consistent qualities. It will be tiring in a way I have not been tired in some time. It will not be dangerous. The channeling draws on connection to the element, not on physical endurance. I will be exhausted, not injured. Can you ride afterward? Give me an hour of rest and yes. Then we go. What Dara built above Greygate was extraordinary. Issei sat at the far end of the ridge and listened to it, and understood, in the way that you understood things that were demonstrated rather than explained, what it meant to have a gift that had been kept from you for 8 months and was now fully returned. The acoustic architecture she constructed was not one thing but 50. The low pulse of many fires in a large area. The movement of horses within a confined space. The particular rhythm of animals that had nowhere urging to go but were not standing still. The distant but unmistakable cadence of human voices at rest, not conversation but presence, the ambient sound of people existing in proximity. The rhythmic sound of equipment maintenance, the sounds of a military camp taking care of itself between actions. And underneath all of it, barely perceptible but fully present, the sound of sighs, the acoustic impression of something too large to be counted quickly, too organized to be confused with a rabble. Serafini, who had been watching the approach road below, touched Issei's arm. Scouts, she said. 4 of them, on foot, moving up the south side of the ridge with the careful deliberateness of mountain-trained men. Not running, not cautious in the way of men who expected to be attacked, but methodical, moving with the focus of people whose job was to find things and who had been told, very specifically, what to look for. They would reach the ridge top in 15 minutes. They would find compacted ground, disturbed undergrowth, the physical evidence of sustained occupation. They would hear everything Dara was producing. They would feel the ground vibration that accompanied large-scale channeling at close range. And they would turn around and ride back to Wren with a report that confirmed everything he had been building toward for 5 days. Issei watched the scouts from his concealed position in the rocks at the ridge's northern end. He watched them crest the ridge top and stop. He watched them look at the ground. He watched them look at each other. He watched one of them go to one knee and press his palm flat to the earth, feeling the vibration that was still present in the stone. He watched all 4 of them look north, toward the mountain horizon, at the passes that led beyond Aevorn's borders. Then they went back down the south side of the ridge at a speed that was not quite running but was close to it. Dara released the channeling. The sounds from the ridge settled slowly, like a tide going out, and in the silence that followed there was only the wind and the distant mountains and the pale sky with its cold sun. She sat where she was for a long moment. Then she lowered her hands and opened her eyes and looked at the northern horizon with an expression that was tired in a deep and satisfied way. Done, she said. Serafini came and sat beside her without being asked, close enough to be a presence, which Dara accepted without comment. Issei looked south. 2 days' ride to the capital. 1 day of rest for Dara before they moved. 3 days remaining on the 7 they had been given. We made it, he said. We have made Wren chase a fiction into the northern forest, Serafini said. Whether we have made it depends on what Lyrian and Tyra have done in the south. They have done it, Issei said, and said it with the certainty of someone who had watched Lyrian Castle close a book carefully in a crisis and Tyra of House Morn assess a strategic landscape with the clarity of someone who had been planning this for 8 months. They have done it. Serafini was quiet for a moment. Then she said, I believe you. It was a specific kind of statement, the kind that came from someone who did not believe things easily and meant what they said when they did. Issei felt the warmth of it against the cold northern air. Chapter 13. The Ride South. What 3 people learn about each other on a 2-day road. They gave Dara her hour of rest, and then they rode. The first hours of the southward journey were quiet by necessity, moving fast enough to cover ground, conserving conversation for the easier terrain of mid-afternoon when the road widened and the forest opened enough to ride abreast. Dara slept in her saddle for the first hour, which was a skill Issei did not have, and watched with something between admiration and envy. When she woke she was fully alert in the immediate way, no gradual surfacing but a clean transition, and she looked at the road ahead and then at her hands and flexed her fingers once, testing. Still there, she said, to no one in particular. Did you think it would not be? Serafini asked. No. But it is worth checking. She curled her fingers and the faintest shimmer of blue-white appeared at the tips and dissolved. Satisfied, she released it. How far? 8 hours at this pace to the southern ford. Camp there, then 4 hours to the outskirts of Thornwall. Dara nodded. Then we will arrive with 1 day remaining. If the militia advance is on schedule, Lyrian will have moved on the capital by the time we arrive, Serafini said. We may be riding toward a battle, or toward the aftermath of one, Issei said. Which would you prefer? Dara asked, with a curiosity that was genuine. Issei thought about it honestly. The aftermath. I would rather 7 house militias had already done their work than have us arrive to a fight in progress, and risk undoing something that was going well. Strategically sound, Serafini said. Also indicative. Of what? Of someone who is not interested in the spectacle of battle but in the result of it. Issei looked at her. She was watching the road ahead, not him, in the way that she sometimes said significant things while looking at something else, as though the words were addressed to the general space between them rather than specifically to him. Where I come from, he said, I have seen enough spectacle. The world you fell from, Dara said. Not a question. She had been listening to the details of his world emerge in fragments over 5 days of riding and camping and the kind of honest conversation that long journeys produce, and she assembled them with the quiet thoroughness she brought to everything. There are devils and fallen angels and sacred gears and politics that make Malachar look uncomplicated, Issei said. I have been in the middle of enough large conflicts to have opinions about them, and your opinion is that they should end quickly and cleanly if possible. My opinion is that every day a conflict continues is another day that villages get burned, he said. And I have seen enough burning villages. The road carried them south in silence for a while. The afternoon light was at an angle that made the old road stones glow amber, close to the color of the moon, and the forest on either side of them was beginning to show the first pale hints of what the light would look like when winter came. Serafini said, eventually you will go back. That's the intention, Issei said. When you find the way. Yes. Ddraig believes the way is connected to whatever brought you here. He does. And whatever brought you here is connected to the covenant system of this kingdom. That's his current theory. Serafini was quiet for another stretch of road. Then perhaps, she said, the way home becomes clearer as the covenant situation resolves. Issei had not thought about it in exactly those terms. He thought about it now. The covenant invocation at the Way House, the 7 voices and the change in the air quality, the energy that Ddraig had recognized as old and fundamental. The liberation of the covenant holders. The restoration of the kingdom's structural integrity. Ddraig, he said. I was listening, the dragon said. And she may be right. The rift that brought you here was opened by something that recognized your binding. If the binding is what anchors you here, then a significant shift in the covenant landscape of this world might create the conditions for the rift to reverse. Malachar's defeat. More than that. The restoration of all 7 covenants to their full operational status. The kingdom returning to its legitimate structure. A complete resolution rather than a partial one. Issei looked at the road ahead. South. Thornwall. The capital. The citadel with its dark walls and its usurpers' banners and the question of whether 7 militias had been enough. Then we need to finish it properly, he said. Yes, Ddraig said. We do. Dara looked over at him from her horse. You know, she said, when I was in the Iron Room, I had a great deal of time to think about what I would do when I was free. Many of the things I thought about were large and important. She paused. The largest and most important was simply, be in places where things are resolved. Where things are made right. She looked at the road. I did not expect those places to include the company of a boy from another world and a very old dragon, but I find I do not object to it. I'm not that young, Issei said. You are younger than Ddraig, she said, which was technically true and also, somehow, the funniest thing anyone had said in 5 days. Even Serafini's composure cracked at that, a small sound that was not quite a laugh but was unmistakably related to one. They rode south through the amber afternoon, and the old road carried them home. Chapter 14. The capital at morning. What 7 militias made of the night. They heard it before they saw it. 2 hours south of the Greygate ford, while the dawn was still grey and the road was cold under the horses' hooves, Issei heard something on the wind that did not belong to the forest. Not Dara's channeling, which he had learned to identify by its specific frequency and intentionality. Something else. Many horses, many voices, the movement of large numbers of people in organized formation. Not panic. Not retreat. Something ordered and purposeful. Militia? He asked. Could be militia. Could be Malakar's soldiers. Serafini checked the road ahead with the careful economy of her habitual assessment. The direction is wrong for Malakar's soldiers. They would be moving north to reinforce. This sound is from the west. The western approach to Thornwall, House Castle and House Morn militias would come from the east, Serafini said. House Veth from the north. House Aldrose and House Fennec from the west. House Aldrose, Dara said. Your house. My family's militia, Serafini said, and something in her voice was different, a quality she usually kept tightly managed that had briefly surfaced. They moved toward the sound. The western road opened onto the broad approach plain that Issei had never seen before, the approach to Thornwall from the west, and on it, in the morning light, was an army. Not Malakar's army. The banners were not the black field and grey chain. These were house colors, 7 different banners, each representing a family that had been waiting for 8 months for the legal authority to act, and now they were acting with the organized force of people who had been ready for a very long time. Issei stopped his horse at the plain's edge and looked at it. 7 militias combined was more impressive in person than it had been as a number and a strategic calculation. The combined force stretched across the plain in disciplined formation, cavalry on the flanks, infantry in the center, supply wagons in the rear, the whole structure moving with the measured pace of an advance that had been planned and rehearsed, and was now being executed. It worked, he said. It is working, Serafini corrected. There is a city ahead. And a garrison inside it. How is Malakar's garrison without Ren's force? Reduced. Probably significantly. He would have sent soldiers north when the first reports arrived, not waiting for Ren's confirmation. She looked at the advancing militia. He gave up strength to pursue something that did not exist. Now he faces the consequence. A rider peeled away from the militia advance and came toward them at speed, and as the rider got closer Issei recognized the house castle colors on the tabard. The rider pulled up in front of them and looked at Issei and Serafini and Dara with the expression of someone receiving a confirmation they had been waiting for. Lady Serafini. We received word from Lady Tyra that you would be coming south. Is Lady Lyrian commanding? Serafini asked. Lady Lyrian is at the advance command position with Lady Tyra and Lady Bryn. They are requesting your presence. The rider looked at Issei. And yours, if you are the one called Issei. I am, Issei said. Lady Lyrian said to tell you that the northern silence has been noted and appreciated. Issei thought about Ren, somewhere in the northern forest, advancing on an encampment that consisted of compressed undergrowth and disturbed stone. Tell her it was a group effort, he said. The advance command position was a slight rise a kilometer from Thornwall's western gate, from which the city's walls were clearly visible and the dispositions of the garrison on those walls could be read by anyone who knew what to look for. Lyrian was there with Tyra, and Bryn was there, and when Serafini arrived on horseback, Bryn crossed the distance between them with the same speed she had used in the Way House and the same brevity and fierceness of the reunion, and this time Serafini did not keep it brief. Issei looked at the city walls. Fewer soldiers than there had been when he and Serafini had first approached Thornwall. The battlements were manned but thinly, the gaps between watch positions wider than the standard, and the garrison's banner on the great gate had a quality of assertion to it that suggested someone had put it up for the purpose of morale rather than because it expressed a settled reality. Lyrian came to stand beside him. She had changed since the Way House. Something in her bearing that had been carefully maintained for 8 months of imprisonment had released and settled into something more native, the bearing of someone who was doing what they were supposed to be doing. Malachar sent 300 soldiers north, she said. He sent them before Ren even requested them. When the first reports arrived, he panicked. He was always going to panic, Issei said. Ren was his only answer to a northern threat, and he knew it. He has 400 in the city. With Ren's force gone, that is all he has. And 7 militias. Approximately 900 combined, Lyrian said. More than double. And his soldiers know the legal situation. When the Covenant invocation was completed, the news moved through the kingdom faster than his riders. Many of his contracted soldiers are already reconsidering their contracts. Will he fight? Lyrian was quiet for a moment. Tyra has been in communication with his advisors through intermediaries. There are men around him who understand that the strategic position has changed fundamentally. Whether he listens to them. She paused. He is not a man who finds it easy to accept that something has moved beyond his ability to control. Then we may still have a fight. We may. She looked at him. And if we do, I would ask you and your partner to be visible in the front of our advance. Not to fight. Simply to be visible. Because a sacred bound combatant at the front of the advance communicates something to his soldiers. It communicates that what stood against him in the north is now standing against him in the south, Lyrian said. And that it is on our side. Issei thought about this. He looked at the city walls, at the thin garrison, at the banners that were asserting a reality that was no longer true. All right, he said. But I want to be clear about one thing. What is that? If there is a fight, I am not standing still. I am very bad at standing still when there is a fight. Lyrian looked at him for a moment. Then something moved in her expression that was not quite a smile, but was related to one. I suspected as much, she said. I am prepared to accept the risk. Chapter 15. The Gate, and What Opened It. Malachar's last calculation. They gave Malachar until midday. Tyra drafted the formal demand in the careful language of Aevorn's law, citing the restored covenant rights, the legal dissolution of the hostage arrangement, and the numerical situation on the plain before the western gate. It was, as a piece of writing, both precise and devastating, the kind of document that left no ambiguity about what had changed and no rhetorical room to argue that it hadn't. A rider carried it to the gate under a herald's flag at mid-morning. The response came 2 hours later. Not an acceptance. Not a surrender. A counter-proposal, which Tyra read and handed to Lyrian with the expression of someone who had anticipated this and found the confirmation mildly disappointing. He wants terms, Lyrian said. He wants to negotiate his position of strength from a position of weakness, Tyra said. The terms he is proposing would leave him in control of the capital district while ceding the provincial authority back to the houses. A pause. Which is not a meaningful concession, since he has already lost the provincial authority. Is he stalling? Serafini asked. He is hoping Ren comes back. Ren is in the northern forest chasing a fiction, Dara said quietly. He may have realized that by now, Issei said. How fast can Ren's force move south if he turns around? 2 days minimum, Serafini said. Probably 3. The terrain he moved into is difficult going south. So Malachar is buying time for a relief force that needs 2 days to arrive, and we have 3 days before our window closes. Issei looked at the city walls. The question is whether we want to let him by 2 days. The 7 nobles of Aevorn looked at each other, the particular look of people who have been in formal negotiation and political maneuvering for their entire adult lives and are accustomed to the weight of decisions that affect more people than themselves. Kala, who was the youngest and had proven consistently willing to say the thing the others were working toward, said, "We should not wait 2 days. We should move now, before Ren can turn his force around." "A frontal advance on a fortified city," Bryn said. "Even with numerical advantage there are costs." "There are costs in waiting too," Calla said. "Every day Malachar holds the city is another day his soldiers may find their courage again. Another day his riders can reach Ren. Another day more villages in the province live under occupation." The silence that followed this was the silence of agreement, that had not yet been formally spoken. Lyrian looked at Issei. "You said you were bad at standing still." "I did say that." "Then here is what I am thinking. The citadel has 3 exits that Malachar does not know we know about. One is the drainage tunnel. One is the wall passage Liss used. The third—" She looked at Liss. Liss of House Thornwall looked at the city she had grown up in, at the walls of the citadel her family had built, and said, "The third is the old river gate. It has not been used in 60 years. It is at the base of the north wall, below the waterline of the old moat. The moat was drained when my grandfather was a child. The gate was sealed but not destroyed." "If it was sealed the same way the servant passage was sealed," Issei said. "The same pattern of lock," Liss said. "My family's locksmith used 3 patterns across the entire citadel. It was considered sufficient security for a fortress. It was not designed to resist someone who knew the patterns." Issei looked at the gauntlet. The emerald gem pulsed its steady rhythm. Then he looked at Serafini, who was already watching him with the gray eyes that had moved, over the course of 5 days and a northern deception, from assessment to something considerably warmer. "You know what you are about to suggest," she said. "2 of us go in while the militia advances on the gate as a distraction," Issei said. "River gate. Through the citadel. Find Malachar. And when we find him, give him the choice. Surrender to Lyrian now, with terms that preserve his life and safety, or face the consequence of a citadel with its exits compromised and an army outside its walls." "He will not want to surrender to a girl he has held hostage for 8 months, Bryn said. "No," Issei said. "But he might surrender to a sacred-bound combatant who has just demonstrated that his northern commander is occupied in the wrong part of the kingdom, that his garrison is outnumbered, and that the people he thought he controlled are no longer where he left them. The logic of it settled over the command position." Tyra said slowly, "It is not a standard military maneuver." "No," Issei agreed. "It is, however, consistent with the approach that has characterized every action taken since you arrived in this kingdom," Tyra said, with a precision that was not criticism but analysis. "Direct, unconventional, oriented toward resolution rather than escalation." "I try," Issei said. Lyrian looked at him for a long moment. Then she looked at the city. At the citadel. At the banners above the gate. "The militia advances at the 2nd hour after noon," she said. Loudly. "With every banner flying and every horn sounding. I want every soldier on those walls looking at the gate. And while they are looking at the gate," Serafini said, "we will be at the river entrance." "Yes." Serafini looked at Issei. He looked at her. 5 days of roads and cold camps and deceptions built from sound and light and patience, and they had arrived here, at the thing that ended or did not end. "Ready?" he asked. "I have been ready," she said, "since the river ford." The old moat was exactly what Liss had described, a dry channel below the north wall of the citadel, its stone-lined bottom covered in decades of debris and vegetation. The river gate was iron-bound timber darkened with age, set into the base of the wall just above the channel floor, its lock pattern exactly as Liss had predicted. The key, a copy made by Osper's locksmith using Liss' specification, turned on the 2nd attempt. The gate opened inward on hinges that were stiff with disuse but ultimately cooperative. They went through. The citadel's undercroft was a different space from the servants' passage, larger, with a higher ceiling and the accumulated evidence of decades of storage. Old furniture. Empty barrels. Discarded equipment from garrison changes long past. The smell of age and stone and the particular damp that comes from proximity to old drainage. Above them, muffled through 3 floors of stone, they could hear the horns. The militia advance had begun. Issei moved through the undercroft with the boosted gear suppressed to its minimum glow, Serafini beside him, both of them moving in the direction of the stairs that Liss had described from memory. The citadel was loud now, louder than it had been the night of the rescue, the particular loud of a garrison responding to an external threat, soldiers moving to walls and gates and defensive positions, all of their attention oriented outward, which meant none of it was oriented inward. They found the stairs. They climbed. Malakar's private study was on the second floor, which was where Liss had said he kept his command position in crisis, close enough to the Great Hall to receive reports and close enough to the citadel's upper level to reach the battlements if needed. A soldier's instinct, keeping himself between information and exit. The study door was guarded by 2 soldiers. Issei looked at the 2 soldiers. He looked at the boosted gear. He let the gem suppression release, just slightly, and the emerald light bloomed in the corridor with the quality that it had in open air, steady and undeniable and old. Both soldiers turned. I need to speak with Malakar, Issei said. Now would be good. Your army is at the gate. It said something about the state of the citadel's morale, and about the effect of 5 days of reports from the north, that neither soldier reached for their weapon. They looked at the gauntlet. They looked at each other. One of them opened the study door. Issei walked through it. Malakar was at the window, looking down at the plain where 900 militia soldiers were advancing under 7 house banners with every horn in Aevorn sounding at once. He turned when the door opened. He was older than Issei expected. Not elderly, but aged in the way of men who have been carrying something heavy for a long time, the weight showing in the set of the shoulders and the lines around the eyes. He was dressed in command clothes, practical and dark, the iron chain device on his chest in silver. He looked at Issei. At the gauntlet. At Serafini, who had come to stand slightly to the left, and behind Issei with her arms at her sides and her grey eyes steady. The girl from the river ford, Malakar said. The woman from the river ford, Serafini said, with perfect composure. Malakar looked out the window at the advancing militia. Then back at Issei. The calculation in his eyes was that of a man who had been calculating all his life and had arrived at a sum that did not favor him. You are the sacred bound from the north, he said. I am, Issei said. Ren is chasing something that does not exist. He is. A long silence. Outside, the horns were still sounding, the bright insistent sound of an army that had been waiting 8 months for legal authority, and was no longer waiting. What are the terms? Malakar said. Lady Lyrian is prepared to guarantee your personal safety and freedom to leave the kingdom, Serafini said. In exchange for the immediate cessation of resistance, the withdrawal of garrison forces from defensive positions, and the formal surrender of the capital district to the covenant authority of the 7 houses. And my soldiers? Safe conduct out of the kingdom for those who wish it. Release from contract for those who wish to remain. Another silence. Malakar looked at the window for a long time, at the advancing militia and the banners of the 7 houses, at the kingdom he had held for 2 years through a mechanism that had been dismantled in a single night by a girl from the river ford and a boy from another world and 6 women who had spent 8 months being patient. He turned from the window. Send for Lady Lyrian, he said. I will surrender to her personally. Issei let out a breath he had not been aware of holding. Serafini, beside him, was perfectly still for a moment. Then she said, to no one in particular, with the quality of someone setting something down that they have been carrying for a very long time, yes. All right. Outside, the horns of Aevorn kept sounding, and the banners of 7 houses moved through the morning air above the plain, and in the citadel of Thornwall the occupation ended not with fire and collision but with a man at a window doing the arithmetic one final time and finding, at the end of it, only one answer that made sense. Chapter 16. After the horns? What endings leave behind? The formal surrender took most of the afternoon. Tyra presided over the documentation with the focused precision of someone who had been composing the legal architecture of this moment for 8 months. And every clause and condition was correct and comprehensive and written in the language of Aevorn's covenant law in a way that left nothing open to future reinterpretation. Malakar signed. His senior officers signed. The commanders of the 7 house militias witnessed. Issei sat outside on the citadel's courtyard steps during most of this and let the afternoon sun fall on him and thought about nothing specific. Liz came and sat beside him at one point. Not because she had something to say but because the courtyard was her home and she was, for the first time in 8 months, sitting in it without the quality of imprisonment. They sat in companionable quiet for a while. What happens now? Issei asked eventually. Reconstruction, Liz said. The 7 houses will need to re-establish their provincial authorities, manage the departure of Malakar's contracted soldiers, assess the economic damage of 2 years of occupation, negotiate the return of confiscated properties. She paused. It will take years. Some of it will be contentious. The houses do not always agree. But they agree on the fundamentals. The covenant rights are restored. The legal structure of the kingdom is intact. She looked at the citadel walls, at Malakar's banners being removed from the towers by soldiers who were doing it with notable enthusiasm. The fundamentals are solid. The rest can be argued. That's usually enough, Issei said. Kala appeared from the direction of the Great Hall, moving quickly in the way she moved when she had information. Lady Tyra wants everyone inside for the formal conclusion, she said. Then she looked at Issei. You should be there, she said specifically. Issei looked at Liz. Liz stood up and adjusted her jacket with the careful motions of someone preparing to re-enter their own home as its rightful resident. Shall we? She said. They went inside. The great hall of Thornwall was larger than Issei had imagined from its exterior. A long vaulted space with high windows that caught the afternoon light and sent it down in long shafts across the stone floor. The 7 noble daughters of Aevorn were arranged at the far end of it, and for the first time all 7 of them were in the same room not as prisoners but as themselves, and the difference was visible in the way they occupied the space, taking up the room they were entitled to, present in the full sense of the word. Tyra read the final clause of the surrender document. Her voice carried clearly in the vaulted space. When she finished, the room was quiet for a moment. Then Lyrian said, The occupation of Aevorn is ended. The covenant authority of the 7 houses is restored in full. Let this be recorded in the kingdom's archive and witnessed by all present. The witnesses, which included militia commanders, surviving members of the Thornwall Citadel staff, Osper the Chandler who had somehow arrived and was standing in the back with his magnificent beard and an expression of profound satisfaction, and Aldith from the Castle Wayhouse, all said what witnesses say. It was done. Issei found Serafini in the evening, in the same courtyard garden where Liz had sat with him in the afternoon. The garden was visible from the holding rooms on the 3rd floor, he realized, the view Dara had maintained through her window for 8 months. And it looked different from ground level than it probably had from above. Serafini was standing at the garden wall, looking north toward the mountain horizon, which was just visible above the city's roofline in the clear evening. Ddraig, Issei said quietly. Still here, the dragon said. The covenant situation is resolved. Fully. The restoration of all 7 covenants to their rightful holders, in the citadel that was built to anchor the covenant system of this kingdom, with all parties present. A pause. If my theory is correct, the conditions for the return rift are established. When? I am not certain. The rift opened spontaneously when the conditions were met in the original direction. The reverse may require the same, a moment when the accumulated resolution of this situation reaches whatever threshold the original power was looking for. Could be tonight. Could be. Issei walked to the garden wall and stood beside Serafini. She did not look at him immediately. She kept looking north at the mountains, at the last light on the peaks, and the quality of her stillness was not remoteness but the opposite of it, someone fully present in a moment they were aware of being temporary. Ddraig thinks I might go home soon, he said. I thought that might be the case, she said. When the formal conclusion was read, the air changed. You felt it? Something changed. A quality of things. I don't have a better description. Issei leaned on the wall beside her and looked at the mountains. The amber moon was rising, heavier and more present than it had been any night of the journey, its gold light coming through the cool evening air and touching everything with a warmth that was not warmth but looked like it. I'm glad it was this world, he said. Serafini turned to look at him. Her gray eyes held the amber moon's reflection for a moment. Specifically? She said. Specifically this world. With these people. He thought about how to say the rest of it. Where I come from, the people I care about are powerful and complicated, and there's always something large happening. It's a good life. I wouldn't trade it. A pause. But this was different. This was a problem with a shape I could hold, with people who needed something specific, and a clear moment when the thing that was wrong became right. He looked at the mountains. I will miss the clarity of that. She was quiet for a moment. What will you miss specifically? She asked, and her voice had a quality he had not heard in it before, something careful and direct at once. Issei thought about the answer honestly. The river ford, he said. The first moment. You sitting on the rock with your feet in the water and your boots beside you, looking at me like you were already deciding. Serafini looked at the moon. A small thing happened at the corner of her mouth. I was deciding, she said. I decided in about 30 seconds. I know, he said. I noticed. What did you notice? That you were the most capable person I had met in this world. And that you had decided to trust me before you had any reason to. I had a reason, she said. What was it? She looked at him steadily. The amber moon was high now, and its light was the warmest thing in the cold garden. You looked at the ford, she said, and you chose the harder crossing. You didn't take the obvious path. People who don't take the obvious path are usually going somewhere worth going. Issei was quiet for a moment. Then he said, that is a very specific thing to notice. I was sitting on a rock in a river watching you approach, she said. I had time to notice things. The evening settled around them. Inside the citadel, the sounds of the formal conclusion giving way to the sounds of ordinary life being resumed, soldiers departing, staff returning to their duties, Liz moving through her home as its resident again. All of it ordinary and significant in the way that things are significant when they have been denied and are now restored. If you come back, Serafini said, not if but with the intonation of a practical person framing an actual possibility, the kingdom will be different. The reconstruction will be underway. Ren will have come south with his tail between his legs and will have to account for himself to 7 very unimpressed noblewomen. I would like to see that, Issei said. You are welcome to. They stood at the garden wall while the evening completed itself, 2 people who had spent a week building something improbable out of a deception and a drainage tunnel and an old road, and the patience of 6 women who had not stopped being themselves no matter what had been done to contain them. The amber moon rose higher. The air in the garden changed. Issei felt it before Ddraig said anything, a quality of imminence, the same quality that precedes rain or dawn, the world holding itself at the edge of something. Issei, Ddraig said. I feel it. Serafini turned to him. She had felt it too, the change in the air, the slight shimmer at the edges of visible things. She was not surprised. Her expression was the expression of someone who had decided, in advance, how they were going to be in this moment. Tell them, she said. Your people. Where you were. I will. Tell the dragon with the white hair that you acquitted yourself well. He is not a dragon in the visible sense, but I will pass it along. And tell your club president that she has excellent taste in people. The shimmer was widening. The amber moon's light was bending in ways it shouldn't have, the space around Issei acquiring the fracture quality of the sky that had cracked and brought him here, but reversed, an opening that led the other direction. He looked at Serafini. I chose the ford, he said, because hard crossings are usually worth it. Something moved in her gray eyes, profound and briefly visible, and she said yes. They generally are. The light took him. Not violently. Not with the falling sensation of the original rift. Simply a transition, the way walking through a doorway is a transition, one side of a threshold and then the other. The garden was gone. The amber moon was gone. The mountains on the horizon, the cold evening air, the citadel of Thornwall with its old stones and its new freedom, and the woman standing at the garden wall watching him leave with the composure of someone who had decided in advance how to be in this moment. Gone. In the garden of a house in the underworld, where the rain still smelled of stone and the storm clouds were still gathered over an artificial horizon, the grass was cold under Issei's feet and the gauntlet on his arm was glowing. And from somewhere inside the house Asia Argento called his name in a voice that suggested the cookies had been sitting on the bench long enough to get cold, and she was starting to worry. He stood there for a moment. The gem in the gauntlet pulsed once, green and steady. Well, Ddraig said. Home. Home, Issei confirmed. He looked at the sky, at the purple underworld clouds with their artificial stars, at the horizon that someone had painted to look like distance. He thought about an amber moon over gray-walled Thornwall. He thought about a woman sitting on a rock in a river, boots beside her, feet in the water, already deciding. Ddraig, he said. Yes? She said to tell you that I acquitted myself well. A long pause. Then Ddraig said, in a voice that had in it the quality of something that had seen 1,000 years and recognized this specific kind of moment, did she? She did. Then she was right, the dragon said. Issei turned and walked toward the house, toward the light in the windows and Asia's voice and the ordinary extraordinary life that was waiting for him exactly where he had left it. The rain had started, soft and cold, the kind that came before autumn. It smelled of stone. He was home. Act 3. What the Dragon Remembered. Chapter 17. The Grimary Courtyard. Home, and the questions that come with it. Asia's cookies were cold. She had left them on the garden bench under a small cloth, weighted at the corners with smooth stones from the path, and when Issei came through the back gate of the Grimary estate and found them sitting there in the rain, he stood very still for a moment, and looked at them the way you look at something ordinary that has become significant by virtue of your having been briefly without it. He picked one up. It was a round shortbread with a small depression in the center where she had pressed a sugar crystal, and it was perfectly made, as Asia's baked things always were, produced with the same focused care she brought to healing. He ate it in 2 bites. The rain was still soft and cold, the kind that did not demand shelter but suggested it. The Underworld's artificial sky was doing its pre-dusk procedure, shifting through the designated color sequence with its usual serene precision, and somewhere in the house lights were going on in windows as the evening logic took over. The back door opened. Asia Argento stood in the doorway with a look on her face that moved through relief and worry and mild exasperation in the space of about 2 seconds, settling finally on a combination of all 3. She was still in her afternoon clothes, the simple dress and the white headband, and she was holding a second cloth that she had presumably been coming to replace the first one with. Issei, she said. You were gone. I was, he agreed. I came back to the garden for the cookies and you were not there. I thought you had gone inside but you were not inside. And then I looked and the back gate was open and you were just... She stopped. Gone. I know, he said. I'm sorry. She looked at him with the particular attention she directed at people who might need healing, checking for damage the way she always did, quickly and thoroughly and without making it obvious she was doing it. You are wet, she said. And you have been in a place with different soil. He looked at his boots. She was right. The soil of Aevorn was darker and finer than the Underworld estate's garden path, and it was still on his boots in a way that was a fairly complete record of the past 7 days. It is a long story, he said. Come inside, Asia said. I will make more cookies. You can tell the story. How long was I gone? She thought about it. Perhaps an hour. Maybe a little more. She tilted her head. Why? Issei looked at the gauntlet. The gem pulsed its slow green rhythm, unchanged, patient. Ddraig, he said quietly. Different time flow, the dragon said. 7 days there, approximately 1 hour here. Consistent with the rift energy signature. Whatever opened the passage calibrated both ends. Someone planned this, Issei said. Someone or something, Ddraig said. Yes. I have been thinking about it since we came back. The rift opened when the conditions in Aevorn were at their specific worst. The Covenant system under maximum stress. 7 rightful holders imprisoned, a usurper in full control. Whatever recognized your binding chose that precise moment. Why that moment? Because that was when intervention was possible. A week earlier, and the coup was still consolidating. A week later, and the houses might have fragmented beyond recovery. A pause. The timing was deliberate. Asia was watching him from the doorway with the expression she wore when she knew he was having a conversation she could not hear half of. She was patient about it. She had practice. Inside, she said. Story. Cookies. Issei went inside. The kitchen of the Grimary estate was warm and smelled of butter and the specific flour Asia preferred, and it was the right size for the conversation he ended up having, which turned out to be larger and more attended than he had anticipated. Rias arrived from her study within 10 minutes of his return, drawn by some sensitivity to disruption in her household that Issei had long since accepted as a fixed property of her attention. She stood in the kitchen doorway in her reading clothes with a territorial expression that softened as she took in the fact that he was present and apparently undamaged and sitting at the kitchen table. She came and sat across from him, which brought Akeno from wherever she had been, and Kaneko from wherever she had been sleeping, and eventually Kiba appeared from the direction of the training hall with his jacket half on. Issei told them, not everything, not in the level of detail that 7 days of events strictly deserved, but the shape of it. The crack in the sky. Marta's village. The road north and Serafini at the ford. The citadel, the 7 women, the drainage tunnel and the 7 minutes. The Covenant invocation at dawn. The northern deception. Dara's channeling, Ren's phantom army, Greygate and the mountain scouts. The river gate, Malakar's study, the surrender, and the garden in the evening, and the amber moon, and the rift going the other way. When he finished there was a silence of the particular kind that meant everyone had things to say and was deciding which thing to say first. Kaneko said, you went to another world and started a revolution. I helped finish one that was already starting, Issei said. The revolution part was always going to happen. They just needed the hostages back. You broke into a fortified citadel twice, Akeno said, with a tone that mixed professional appreciation with mild reproach. The second time was more of a river entrance than a proper break-in. The drainage tunnel the first time, Rias said. She had been listening with the stillness she used when she was processing significant information, and now she was looking at him with an expression that was not quite readable but was in the direction of something specific. 7 women. An entire occupation ended. And you were there for 7 days, approximately. And now you are back. I am back. She was quiet for a moment longer. Then she said, Ddraig? You believe whatever sent him there was deliberate. I do, the dragon said through the gauntlet. The rift's energy signature was not chaotic. It was targeted. Something in that world identified the binding between Issei and myself, and reached across the dimensional boundary specifically for us. Something, Rias said. Not someone? Something old enough that the distinction may not be meaningful, Ddraig said. Old powers in old worlds do not always have the kind of individual identity that the word someone implies. You think it will happen again, Rias said. It was not quite a question. A long pause from Ddraig. Yes, he said. I do. The kitchen was quiet. Asia had stopped moving around the counter, and was holding her bowl with both hands, watching Issei with the expression she wore when she was deciding whether to be worried. Issei looked around the kitchen. At the people who were his, who had been here when he was gone and were here now that he was back. At the ordinary warmth of it, the butter smell and the light and the rain against the window and Kaneko's absolute stillness and Rias's careful, unreadable expression. If it happens again, he said, I want to understand why. Not just go and come back. Understand what is using the binding, and what it wants. That sounds like a plan that could get complicated, Akeno said. Most of my plans do, Issei said. Asia set her bowl down and came and sat beside him and folded her hands on the table with the decisive quality of someone who had made a decision. Then we help you understand it, she said. All of us. Kaneko, without looking up from whatever she was apparently studying in the middle distance, said obviously. Chapter 18. What Ddraig knew and when he knew it. 1,000 years of watching. Issei gave himself 1 full day. Not because he thought the situation was casual but because 7 days of sleeping on limestone ridges and riding cold roads required some acknowledgement, and because Rias, who understood the relationship between capacity and rest better than most devils alive, had looked at him once on the morning after his return and said simply, 1 day. He had not argued. He spent the day doing ordinary things with the focused attention that ordinary things deserved when you had recently been somewhere they did not exist. He trained in the morning, not hard, just enough to remind his body of its own capabilities in a familiar context. He ate 3 proper meals, which Asia facilitated with the quiet thoroughness she brought to all acts of care. He sat on the roof in the afternoon when the rain had stopped and the underworld sky was doing its midday blue, and he talked to Ddraig, not about the tactical situation, not about the next steps or the energy signature of the rift, or the question of what old power had reached across the dimensional boundary for a boy in a school uniform. Just talked, the way you talked to someone you trusted when you had been somewhere significant together, and needed to let the experience settle into language before it settled into something less accessible. She was right, Ddraig said, at one point. About what specifically? About you choosing the harder crossing. It is the most accurate thing anyone has said about you in my presence in a considerable time. Issei looked at the sky. You've been watching me for a while, since the binding, the dragon said. Yes. And before that others. Others, Ddraig confirmed. Many others, across 1,000 years. Each one different. Most of them brave. Some of them brilliant. A few of them both. A pause. You are both, when you need to be. But what is more consistent than either is that you choose the ford nobody takes when you think there is a reason to. Even when I don't know what's on the other side. Especially then. Issei was quiet for a while. Somewhere in the estate grounds below, he could hear Kiba training, the clean, precise sounds of a blade working through forms. A routine thing, the kind that anchored a day. The world I was in, he said. Aevorn. Tell me what you understand about what brought me there. Not the theory, not the working hypothesis. What you actually know. Ddraig was quiet for a moment that was longer than his usual pauses, the quiet of someone deciding how much of a large and carefully organized thing to share. There are places in the fabric of the dimensional structure, the dragon said finally, that are older than the systems that currently occupy them. The devil territories, the fallen angel domains, the human world and its neighbors, all of these are relatively recent in the scale of what exists. Beneath them, or more accurately through them, there are older structures. Architectures of power that predate the current order, and Aevorn is built on one of them. Not Aevorn specifically. The covenant system of Aevorn is built on one of them. The 7 houses, the binding inheritance, the practice of anchoring legal and political authority in specific individuals through a formalized power relationship. A pause. It is the oldest form of what we carry. The sacred gear system, in its earliest version, before it became formalized into the objects and inheritances that exist now, was this. A binding between a person and a power. Formalized. Inheritable. Structural. So the covenant system in Aevorn and the sacred gear system are the same thing at different stages of development. Related things at different stages, Ddraig said carefully. Not identical. But speaking the same fundamental language, and something in Aevorn's covenant system, when it was under maximum stress, reached for the nearest thing that spoke that language. The nearest thing that spoke that language at the level of clarity it needed, Ddraig said. A standard sacred gear might not have been sufficient. The boosted gear carries a very old and very clear instance of the binding pattern. My own age and specificity contributed. Another pause. Whatever reached for us was looking for something that could actually do what was needed, not just something that resembled it. Issei absorbed this. The afternoon sky had shifted to its pre-dusk amber, which was not the same amber as Aevorn's moon but was in the same part of the color spectrum. You said you thought it would happen again. Yes. Same world? I don't know. The resolution of Aevorn's covenant crisis satisfied whatever the original reach was looking for. A new reach, if it comes, may be from a different source entirely. A pause. Or it may be from Aevorn itself, from something that was not resolved but merely paused. Issei looked at the sky. The reconstruction, he said. Liz said it would take years. That some of it would be contentious. A restored structure is not a stable structure, Ddraig said. Restoration creates the conditions for stability. Stability has to be built on top of them. And building it creates points of stress, places where the old damage intersects with the new attempt and produces friction, points where the covenant system might come under stress again, potentially. Yes. Issei was quiet. Then he said, I should know more about how this works before the next time. I should understand the binding language well enough that if I go back, I can navigate it rather than react to it. What does that look like in practice? It looks like studying, Issei said, with the tone of someone who had a complicated relationship with studying but recognized its necessity. Rias has resources. Akeno knows more about old power structures than she usually lets on. And Surzek's. He paused. If this is connected to something that predates the current devil system, Surzek's may know things that would be relevant. A conversation with the Mao. Eventually. After I have enough foundation to know what questions to ask. Below, Kiba had stopped training. The estate was settling into its evening mode, and from the kitchen the smell of Asia's dinner preparations was beginning to reach the roof with the persistence of good food in a closed space. "One more day," Issei said. "Then we start." "One more day," Ddraig agreed, and there was in his voice the quality of a dragon who had been waiting 1,000 years to understand something and was not troubled by one more day. Chapter 19, The Archive. Rias has more books than she has mentioned. The Grimary Estate's archive was on the 3rd floor of the eastern wing, behind a door that looked like a wall and opened with a specific pressure pattern that Rias had shown him once, casually, 3 months after his first arrival, and the way she showed him things that she considered him ready for. He had been back here twice since then. It was large, larger than the exterior of the wing suggested possible, which was a common quality of spaces in the underworld that had been built by people with both the resources and the inclination to expand things in directions that Euclidean geometry did not strictly permit. Rias found him there at mid-morning. He had been working through the archive's organization for an hour, which had given him a reasonable map of its structure. The historical materials were on the west wall, organized by era. The theoretical materials were on the east wall, organized by subject. The practical materials, the ones that concerned themselves with current applications of old knowledge, were in the center, loosely organized in the way that practical things often were when the person who organized them was more interested in using them than filing them. He had pulled 12 volumes onto the central table and had 3 of them open. Rias looked at the table, and then at him with the expression she wore when she was pleased about something and was deciding how visibly to show it. "Binding Theory," she said, reading the volume's titles. "Preformalization Sacred Architectures. The Covenant Codex of the Third Maker." She picked up the 3rd one and looked at its cover. "Where did you find this?" "East Wall, 3rd section." It was filed under Theoretical Applications of the Pre-Era Structures. He paused. "Ddraig told me what to look for." "Ddraig has been in this archive?" "He has been in every archive his previous partners have had access to," Ddraig said through the gauntlet. "Over 1,000 years, that is a considerable number of archives." "Your collection is excellent, Lady Rias. The Third Maker Codex is one I had not seen in 300 years. Rias sat down across the table from Issei with the expression of someone who had just had their library complimented by a very old and very credible authority, and was allowing herself to be briefly gratified by it. "What are you looking for specifically?" "The language," Issei said. Ddraig described the Covenant system in Aevorn as speaking the same fundamental language as the Sacred Gear system. "I want to understand that language well enough that if I go back, I can read the situation rather than navigate it by instinct." "You navigated it by instinct quite effectively." "I got lucky in places," he said. "The drainage tunnel, the river gate, those were Serafini and Liss, not me. What I did was react well to information other people provided." He looked at the open volumes. "I want to understand the underlying structure. The system itself, not just its surface symptoms." Rias looked at him for a moment. Then she leaned forward and turned one of the open volumes to face her, and began reading. They sat like that for a while, in the archive's specific quiet, the particular focused silence of 2 people in the same room both engaged with difficult material that demanded attention. Eventually Rias said, without looking up, "The Third Maker Codex describes 3 generations of the binding architecture. The oldest generation, which it calls the foundation layer, predates every named power system currently active: Devil, Fallen Angel, Human Sacred Gear." She looked up. "It describes the foundation layer as not a system but a condition. A property of reality rather than an invention built within reality." "Like gravity," Issei said. "Like gravity," she agreed. "Present everywhere, not created by anyone, simply a feature of the structure of things." "And the systems that came later, Covenant inheritance, Sacred Gears, Devil power bloodlines, these are all expressions of the same underlying condition. Different shapes of the same thing. Different dialects of the same language," Ddraig said. "Yes." Rias looked at the page again. "The Codex says that when any expression of the foundation layer is under sufficient stress, the stress propagates through the foundation itself, like vibration through a table. Any sufficiently resonant expression of the foundation elsewhere can feel it. And respond to it," Issei said. "And respond to it." She closed the volume carefully. Aevorn's Covenant system was under maximum stress. The Foundation propagated that stress. The boosted gear, which is one of the clearest and most powerful expressions of the Foundation layer currently in existence, felt it. She paused. And was pulled toward it because the Foundation's inherent tendency is toward resolution. Not intervention. Resolution. The Foundation pulled me there because it was trying to fix itself. That is one way to read it. Yes. Issei thought about this for a while. The archive was quiet around them, full of the particular weight of accumulated knowledge, the slightly different quality of air in rooms where a great deal of thinking has taken place. If the Foundation's tendency is toward resolution, he said, and the rift happens when a significant expression of the Foundation is under stress, then it will happen again when the next significant stress point occurs. In any world with a covenant or binding system. Not just Aevorn. There are others. The Foundation layer is described as universal, Rias said. Every world with intelligent life develops some expression of it. The specific forms differ, but the underlying pattern is consistent. Issei looked at the gauntlet on his arm. So I am, he said slowly, effectively a mobile repair mechanism for broken binding systems across multiple worlds. A long pause. That is, Rias said, choosing her words, a more dramatic version of what the Codex implies. But not inaccurate. Ddraig, Issei said. I knew, the dragon said, for some time, that the boosted gear's function was broader than it appeared. I did not know exactly how broad. Another pause longer. I should have found this archive years ago. We have it now, Rias said. That is what matters. She opened the Third Maker Codex again and began reading with the focused attention she brought to everything that warranted it, and Issei pulled another volume toward him, and the archive settled back into its specific working quiet. Outside, the Underworld afternoon continued its artificial schedule. Inside, 2 people and a dragon began to understand the shape of something very large. Chapter 20. Akeno's contribution. What she noticed from the beginning. Akeno came to the archive on the 3rd day. She did not come empty-handed. She came with a flat wooden case under her arm that she set on the table between Issei and Rias without ceremony, and opened to reveal a set of what appeared to be maps but were, on closer examination, something considerably more complex. Resonance charts, she said, sitting down with the composed elegance that was her default mode, which she deployed in every context from a formal devil gathering to a kitchen breakfast without apparent distinction. I have been making them for 2 years. Issei looked at the nearest chart. It was drawn on a material that was not quite paper and not quite parchment, with a fine ink that seemed to retain luminosity, and it showed a structure that was simultaneously spatial and conceptual, locations mapped not by physical geography but by the quality and intensity of what the Codex had called Foundation layer expression. You knew about the Foundation layer, Rias said, with the tone of someone who was not surprised but was noting the information for adjustment. I suspected, Akeno said. My father's power has a different character from standard fallen angel energy. Always did. When I was young I thought it was simply variance, individual difference within a known category. Later I understood it as something else. She looked at the chart. My father's lightning is old. Not powerful in the way that devil or angel power is powerful. Old in the way that the Foundation layer is old. Shuri's lightning, Ddraig said quietly. Yes. Akeno looked at the gauntlet. You know it. I recognize the signature. It is one of the cleaner expressions of the Foundation layer I have encountered in this world's current era. Akeno was still for a moment, and something moved in her expression that was not her usual composure but underneath it, the particular quality of someone having a piece of very old and very personal information confirmed in a way they had not expected. She recovered smoothly, which was also her default mode. The resonance charts show the distribution of Foundation layer expression across the accessible dimensional space I have been able to survey. The density varies significantly by region and world. She spread the charts on the table. There were 9 of them. The first 4 covered familiar territory, the devil domains, the fallen angel territories, the human world and its adjacent spaces. These were dense with markers, Akeno's careful notation system indicating different categories and intensities of expression. Sacred gears were marked in green. Bloodline inheritances in blue. Structural covenants, the kind the Codex described as architectural, in red. The 5th chart made Issei stop. It was marked differently from the others, the notations sparser but each one more heavily emphasized, as though the things being marked were less numerous but more significant. The geographic references were unfamiliar. Other worlds, he said. Other worlds, Akeno confirmed. I began charting them when I noticed that the resonance patterns in our own world occasionally showed what I can only describe as harmonics, secondary vibrations that did not originate locally. She pointed to a cluster of red markers on the fifth chart. This cluster corresponds, by harmonic signature, to the general region of dimensional space where your Aevorn event originated. Issei looked at the cluster. 7 markers. Each one heavily annotated. You were already watching this area, he said. I was watching the harmonics, Akeno said. I did not know what they corresponded to until you came back and described what you had experienced. She paused. Now I know. And the others? Rias asked, looking at the rest of the fifth chart. Other stress points in other worlds. Of varying intensity and urgency. Akeno looked at the chart with the expression of someone who had been sitting on a large amount of carefully organized information and is finally in a room where it can be useful. Some of them are old and stable. Some of them are recent and active. And 2 of them. She touched 2 markers that were positioned close together, connected by a line she had drawn in red ink. 2 of them have been increasing in intensity over the past 6 months. The room was quiet. How much increasing? Issei asked. When I began charting them, they were at approximately the same intensity as background expression. She looked at him. They are now at the level that Aevorn was registering in the week before the rift opened. Another silence. 2 worlds, Issei said. Both approaching the threshold. At their current rate of increase, within 3 to 5 months. Simultaneously? Possibly. The curves are similar. Issei looked at Rias. Rias looked at the chart. Ddraig was quiet with the quality of something that had been patient for 1,000 years and recognized that the patience was about to be tested in a new way. Then we have 3 to 5 months, Issei said, to understand the system well enough to go in prepared. We have 3 to 5 months, Rias said. She said it with the decision quality of a king's daughter who had been running a peerage and managing supernatural threats since she was a teenager, and knew what resources and time and preparation looked like when they aligned correctly. Then we should use them. Akeno spread the charts fully across the table. The archive's preserved light fell across them, illuminating Akeno's 2 years of careful observation, and for the first time the picture they made was visible in its entirety. A map of something that had been happening for a very long time and had just found people who could read it. Chapter 21, The Mao's Afternoon. Surzex knows more than he has said. The meeting with Surzex happened on a quiet Thursday afternoon, in a sitting room in his private residence that was decorated with the particular combination of high-quality furniture and visible evidence of small children that characterized the spaces of people who were simultaneously very powerful and very domestic. Surzex was in a good mood, which was not unusual. He had a cup of tea and a plate of small cakes and an expression of attentive interest that intensified noticeably when Rias spread Akeno's resonance charts on the table between them. He looked at them for a long time without speaking. Then he said, "Where did you get these?" "Akeno made them," Rias said. He looked at Akeno with an expression that recalibrated something. "In 2 years. I had a theory," Akeno said. "I preferred to have evidence before I presented it. The theory being," Surzex said, looking back at the charts, "that the foundation layer of the binding architecture is showing stress across multiple dimensional locations." "You know the Third Maker Codex," Rias said, not a question. "I know the Codex." "Yes." He picked up the chart with the cluster that corresponded to Aevorn. "And I know what happened in Aevorn." Issei looked at him. "How?" "Because the rift that opened and closed in the Grimary estate courtyard was not invisible to everyone who was paying attention to dimensional events," Surzex said mildly. "It was invisible to most people. I am not most people." He set the chart down. "I chose not to intervene because the intervention that was clearly being requested was being responded to appropriately. You watched me fall through a dimensional rift and decided that was fine," Issei said. "I watched the boosted gear respond to a foundation layer distress signal with exactly the correct pattern of action," Surzex said, with a precision that distinguished it from casual endorsement. "Which is not the same thing." If you had been in danger in a way that was not part of the Foundation's resolution process, I would have acted. He paused. You were not in danger in that sense. You were being used, with considerable care, by something that understood exactly what it was using. The Foundation's resolution tendency, Rias said. Yes. It does not grab randomly. It reaches precisely. And it has been reaching more often in the last year. He looked at Akeno's 2 stressed markers on the 5th chart. I know about these. Both of them. Tell us, Issei said. Xerxes was quiet for a moment, the quiet of someone organizing a large amount of information for a specific audience. The first is a world the archive's oldest records call Valdenmere, he said. A different structure from Aevorn. Not a covenant system. A lineage system, power inherited through unbroken bloodlines, the lineage holders serving as living anchors for their world's foundation expression. He paused. 6 months ago, 3 of the primary lineage holders were killed in what appears to be a coordinated action by a faction seeking to consolidate control through inheritance manipulation. Breaking the lineage anchors, Rias said, which destabilizes the Foundation expression in that world in a manner analogous to what Malachar did in Aevorn, except instead of imprisonment it is elimination. The remaining lineage holders are under threat. He picked up his tea. The stress curve is steeper than Aevorn's was. And the second? Issei asked. The second is more complex. Xerxes set his cup down. It is a world called Caelmir. Its foundation expression takes the form of what its people call the Starbound, a class of individuals born with an intrinsic connection to the Foundation that manifests as a form of navigation, orientation in dimensional and conceptual space. They serve as guides, mediators, the people who maintain the network of connections between their world's communities. And someone is threatening them. Someone is collecting them, Xerxes said. Not killing. Collecting. A figure of significant power who calls himself the Architect has been systematically locating and imprisoning the Starbound for approximately 8 months. His stated purpose is to use their collective connection to the Foundation to redirect it. A pause. Not resolve it. Control it. The room was very quiet. Control the Foundation layer, Ddraig said. That is a very old ambition. It is, Xerxes agreed. And historically it has not ended well for anyone involved. The Foundation's resolution tendency is not a gentle force when it is being actively resisted. How many Starbound has he collected? Issei asked. Approximately 30. There are an estimated 80 in total, and the stress curve. At its current rate, in 3 months the remaining Starbound will be under enough collective pressure that the Foundation will reach. He looked at Issei. It will reach for the clearest available resonant expression. Which is us, Issei said. Which is you? Yes. Issei looked at the chart. 30 Starbound collected. 50 remaining. An architect who wanted to control the thing that the Third Maker Codex described as a property of reality rather than an invention within it. What does controlling the Foundation layer actually enable? Rias asked. In theory? The ability to direct the resolution tendency. Instead of the Foundation reaching for appropriate responses to stress, the architect directs what counts as a response, and what counts as resolution. Xerxes paused. He becomes the arbiter of what gets fixed, and what stays broken. Across every world where the Foundation is expressed, the weight of this settled over the sitting room, heavy and specific and unavoidable. Then Caelmir is the priority, Issei said. Both Valdenmere and Caelmir will reach threshold, Xerxes said. The question is sequence and preparation. Valdenmere first, Akeno said. Her voice was level. The lineage system is more fragile. Lineage holders that are killed cannot be restored. Starbound that are imprisoned can potentially be freed. Xerxes looked at Akeno with the expression of someone recalibrating their assessment of a person for the second time in the same afternoon. That is the correct strategic prioritization, he said. I have been thinking about it since I drew these charts, she said. Issei looked at the room around him. At Rias, who had organized the archive research with characteristic precision. At Akeno, who had spent 2 years building a map of something nobody else had been tracking. At Xerxes, who had been watching this unfold and waiting for the right moment to share what he knew. At Ddraig, patient and ancient and fully present in the gauntlet on his arm. 3 months. 2 worlds. One architect who wanted to control the thing that held all worlds together. All right, Issei said. Tell me everything you know about Valdenmere. Chapter 22, The Weight of 3 months. Preparation and the shape of what is coming. The 3 months were not empty. Surzex provided access to the Mao archive's Valdenmere materials, which were extensive and had been accumulated over several hundred years of the kind of careful observation that powerful entities with long lifespans conducted as a matter of course. Issei and Rias and Akeno worked through them systematically, building a map of Valdenmere's structure, its lineage system, its political geography, its current crisis. The lineage system in Valdenmere was organized differently from Aevorn's covenant structure. Where Aevorn's covenant rights were held by individuals who could act on them independently, Valdenmere's lineage power required a network. No single lineage holder was fully functional in isolation. The system was designed to be interdependent, each holder reinforcing the others, the network as a whole maintaining the world's foundation expression. 3 holders killed. 12 more under direct threat. The survivors scattered and isolated, which was exactly the condition in which the interdependent system was most vulnerable. He is isolating them to weaken the network, Rias said, on an afternoon in the 4th week of preparation. Not just killing them. Separating the survivors. The same principle Malachar used, Issei said. Make the pieces unable to function as a whole. The countermeasure is the same too, Rias said. Restore the network's connectivity, which means finding the scattered holders and getting them back into contact with each other. Yes. Without the faction that is threatening them getting there first. Kaneko, who had been sitting in the corner of the study with a book for the past 2 hours and participating in the discussion in the way she participated in everything, with focused selective engagement, looked up. The faction. What do they want? Control of the lineage inheritance, Rias said. If the current holders die or are sufficiently isolated, the lineage transfers according to a succession protocol. The faction has positioned claimants across the succession lines, so they are waiting for the current holders to fail, Kaneko said, and accelerating the conditions that cause the failure. Like Malachar. A very similar structure. Kaneko went back to her book. Then the approach is clear, she said from behind it. Issei looked at her. It is? Find the holders. Restore the network. Defeat the faction. She turned a page. Same as before but with a different system. Rias looked at Kaneko with the expression she wore when Kaneko was right in a way that slightly annoyed her by being simple. Broadly speaking, yes. Then prepare for the differences and use the same approach. Another page turn. Obvious. Issei thought about Aevorn. About Serafini at the river ford, boots beside her, already deciding. About Dara building an army out of sound and wind. About the drainage tunnel and the 7 minutes, and the Covenant invocation at dawn. The approach had been instinctive in Aevorn. He had been reacting to information as it arrived, making decisions with incomplete data, trusting Serafini's knowledge and Ddraig's analysis and his own sense of where the leverage was. He would do it better this time. He would know what he was looking at. Kiba found him in the training hall 3 weeks before the projected threshold date. Issei was working through a form he had developed during the preparation period, a synthesis of his dragon-based combat style with some of the movement principles he had used in Aevorn, the quick and quiet approach that prioritized positioning over power. It was useful work, disciplined and specific. Kiba watched from the doorway until Issei finished the sequence, then came inside. The archive session this morning, Kiba said. Surzex mentioned that the Valdenmere faction has a military component. They do, Issei said, lowering his stance. A private force, maybe 200 soldiers plus some specialist units. Trained for their world style of combat, which is heavier than what I faced in Aevorn. And you will be going alone. The rift pulls the binding, Issei said. Just me and Ddraig. Kiba was quiet for a moment. He was not making an argument, Issei could tell. He was doing something else. Then let me make sure you are prepared for heavier opposition, Kiba said. 3 weeks is enough time, if we work specifically. Issei looked at him. Kiba's particular quality was precision, the ability to identify exactly what a situation required and contribute exactly that. It was why he was one of the best swordsmen in the Grimary peerage, and why his assessments of tactical situations were consistently more accurate than his apparent attention during discussions suggested. What specifically? Issei asked. Close quarters work against heavy armor, Kiba said. You favor open space combat with room to boost and maneuver. A military force in enclosed terrain, which the Valdenmere materials suggest is common in their fortification style, will try to deny you that space. You've been reading the materials. Everyone has been reading the materials, Kiba said, with mild amusement. It is a relatively small household, and you have been talking about almost nothing else for 2 months. Issei almost smiled. Right. 3 weeks. Close quarters. Specifically against the kind of armor their soldiers use. Kiba looked at him steadily. You are going to a world that needs you to succeed. Let me help you succeed. Issei looked at the training hall, at the familiar space where he had spent hours building the capabilities that had, apparently, qualified him to be pulled across dimensional rifts into broken worlds. All right, he said. Let's start. Kiba drew a practice blade and took a stance, and the training hall filled with the sounds of preparation, which were, in their own way, the same sounds as any other kind of serious work. Chapter 23, The Night Before. What people say when they know someone is leaving. The evening before the projected threshold date was quiet in the way that evenings before significant things tended to be quiet in the Grimary household, a quality of deliberate normalcy that everyone was maintaining by common unspoken agreement. Dinner was at the long table in the main dining room, the full household, all of them present. Asia had cooked, which she did on evenings that mattered to her, and the food was excellent and abundant in the way that food was when someone was cooking from care rather than obligation. The conversation stayed on ordinary things. Kiba mentioned an encounter with a stray spirit near the training grounds. Kaneko reported, with minimal commentary, that the cat she had been feeding at the property edge had finally allowed itself to be picked up. Rias discussed a boundary negotiation she had concluded with House Vapula that was neither interesting nor unimportant. Nobody said the obvious thing. After dinner, in the way that these evenings tended to organize themselves, people drifted toward different parts of the house for the hour before the household settled down time. Issei found himself on the roof again, which had become his habitual place for thinking in the months since Aevorn. Rias found him there. She did not come immediately. She gave him 20 minutes alone with the sky, which was the version of respect she showed for thinking that needed space before company. When she did come, she sat beside him on the roof's parapet wall with the easy physicality of someone who trusted the surface completely. Akeno's charts, she said. The 2 stress curves. She showed me the updated projection this morning. Valdenmere first, Issei said. Yes. And then Caelmir. She looked at the artificial stars, which were very good stars for artificial ones, maintaining their fixed positions with cosmological patience. The architect in Caelmir. Sirzex thinks he has been planning this for a long time. How long? Long enough to have identified and begun mapping the Starbound before any external observer noticed. Long enough to have developed the collection methodology. She paused. Long enough, possibly, to know that the Foundation's resolution tendency would eventually respond. That someone carrying a strong binding would be sent. Issei looked at the stars. He might be expecting me. Sirzex thinks it is possible. If the architect understands the Foundation well enough to be doing what he is doing, he may have anticipated that his actions would eventually trigger a response. Which changes Caelmir significantly, Issei said. Going into a situation where the opposition knows you are coming, and has prepared for you. Yes. But Valdenmere first. Valdenmere first. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, I want to say something that you may find unnecessary. Say it anyway. You came back from Aevorn, she said. I know that the rift is calibrated to bring you back, that Ddraig is there, that the Foundation's resolution process includes your return. I know all of that. She paused. I still want to say that I want you to come back. Issei looked at her. In the artificial starlight, the red of her hair was a deeper color, and her expression was the one she wore when she was saying something she had decided to say and was saying it completely. I will come back, he said. I know. Both times. Both times, she agreed. They sat on the roof for a while in the quiet that was not empty, The kind that came from being with someone you did not need to fill space for. Below, the lights of the household went on and off in the pattern of people finding their way to sleep. Somewhere, Asia was probably still in the kitchen, because Asia's version of preparing for things she was anxious about involved baking. Rias, he said. Yes. The woman at the river ford. Serafini. He paused, finding the right way to say something he had been carrying since Aevorn. She said to tell you that you have excellent taste in people. Rias was quiet for a moment. Then she said, in a tone that was thoughtful and precise and held something warm inside the precision, she sounds like someone with excellent judgment. She is, Issei said. She decides in 30 seconds and she is almost always right. I would like to meet her someday. If the rift works the way Ddraig thinks it does, someday might not be impossible. She considered this. The foundation connects all worlds where it is expressed. Yes. And the boosted gear is one of the clearest expressions. Also yes. Then the connection in the other direction, she said slowly, working it through, might also be navigable. Not passively, not by being pulled. But actively, by someone who understands the system well enough to direct it. Ddraig made a sound in the gauntlet that was not words but was unmistakably the sound of a very old intelligence confirming a very correct deduction. We are not there yet, Issei said. But we are working toward it. Then we keep working, Rias said. She stood up from the parapet wall with the fluid ease of someone who had been on rooftops before and was not troubled by heights. She looked at the sky for a moment longer, at the artificial stars in their fixed positions. Sleep, she said. You will need to be at full capacity. I know. Asia left food in the kitchen. I know that too. She went back inside with the quality of someone who had said what they came to say. Issei stayed on the roof for a little longer, long enough to let the evening settle into him and become part of the record of things he carried. Then he went inside, ate Asia's food, which was excellent as always, and slept. Chapter 24, Valdenmere. The rift opens, and what waits on the other side? The rift opened just before dawn. Issei was already in the garden, which felt like the right place to be, the same stones underfoot, the same rain smell, the same patch of sky visible above the estate walls. He had been there for 20 minutes, not waiting anxiously but being present in the place where the first rift had opened, as though location had meaning. It did, apparently. The fracture appeared in the air at the same point as the first one, that specific patch of gray pre-dawn sky above the east end of the garden bench. Not the mirror-drop chaos of the first time. Cleaner. As though the path had been used once and remembered. Issei looked at it. Ready, Ddraig said. Ready, Issei confirmed. He stepped through. The transition was the same clean doorway quality of the return from Aevorn, one side and then the other, and when he arrived on the far side the first thing he registered was not sight but sound. The sound of water, moving fast in a confined channel, and the sound of wind through stone, and underneath both of those the sound of a great many people in a space not quite large enough for all of them, the compressed acoustic quality of a shelter at capacity. He was inside somewhere. A cave. Large, with a high vaulted ceiling that the stone walls curved up to meet, and the floor was natural but had been smoothed in places for habitation. There were fires in iron baskets, many of them, casting a warm, unsteady light across the faces of the people who looked up when he appeared. There were a great many faces. He had expected a handful of survivors. He had expected to arrive in a crisis situation and orient himself from first principles. He had not expected to materialize in the middle of an organized refugee camp in a cave system that clearly housed at least 200 people, several dozen of whom were looking at him with expressions ranging from alarm to calculation to one specific expression, narrow-eyed and composed, that he recognized immediately. Someone who had been expecting him. She was standing near the largest of the iron fire baskets, a woman in her late 20s with dark skin and close-cropped hair and the particular quality of attention that Issei associated with people who were managing something very large and were very good at it. She was wearing practical clothes, a soldier's jacket over healer's linens, and her left hand was wrapped in cloth that suggested a recent injury. She looked at the gauntlet with the expression of someone who had been told to expect a specific thing and was confirming that it matched the description. You came, she said. I did, Issei said. You were expecting me. The oldest of the lineage holders saw you, she said. Mera. She has been a lineage anchor for 60 years, and she sees things in the Foundation that the rest of us cannot. She came toward him with the directness of someone who did not waste time with anything that was not necessary. She said the binder would come when the stress reached a specific level. She said he would be young and from outside and would carry old power. She stopped 2 meters from him. My name is Corven. I lead what remains of the organized resistance to the succession faction. Issei, he said. How many lineage holders do you have here? 9, she said. 3 of them are injured. 1 is elderly and has not been able to move since we reached this cave 4 days ago. She looked at him steadily. We have 11 more scattered in 3 other locations in the territory. We know where they are. We cannot reach them because the faction has the roads. Issei looked at the cave, at the 200 people in it, at the organized evidence of a resistance that had been managing a retreat with considerable competence. Tell me about the lineage network, he said. Not the crisis. The system. How it works when it is functioning correctly. Something shifted in Corven's expression, a slight recalibration. She had expected action requests, probably. Tactical questions. He had gone straight to the structure. You read up, she said. I had 3 months. A brief pause. Then she sat down on one of the rocks near the fire basket and began telling him, and Issei sat across from her and listened with the full attention of someone who had spent 3 months learning the language and was now, finally, hearing it spoken. Around them the cave continued its compressed living, the sounds of people maintaining themselves in difficult circumstances with the particular competence of those who had been doing it long enough to get efficient, and the fire baskets burned their warm, unsteady light, and outside the cave the sounds of water and wind continued. And Valdenmere received its new visitor with the specific quality of a world that had been waiting for something and recognized, in the young man sitting across from its most capable surviving leader and listening with complete attention, exactly the thing it had been waiting for. He spent 3 hours with Corven before either of them suggested moving. She explained the lineage network with the clarity of someone who had grown up inside it, who understood it not as a theoretical system but as the lived experience of a world that had worked a certain way for a very long time. The 20 lineage holders were distributed geographically across Valdenmere's primary territories, each one serving as what she called an anchor point, a fixed location in the Foundation's expression where the connection between the world and the deeper layer was reinforced and maintained. When all 20 are active and connected, she said, the network self-reinforces. The connection at each anchor point strengthens the connections at adjacent points. The whole is more stable than any individual part, and when anchors are removed, the adjacent points are under increased load. If enough are removed in the right sequence, the remaining points cannot compensate and the network begins to fail from the most stressed positions. The faction knows this. They have been targeting the 3 holders whose removal creates the widest cascade of stress, Corven said. 2 are already dead. The 3rd is here, injured, under our protection. She paused. Her name is Mera, the one who saw me coming. Yes. She is the oldest surviving holder. The network's central anchor. If she dies, the cascade accelerates beyond the remaining holders' capacity to compensate. Her voice was level. Keeping her alive is the first priority. And the second? Reconnecting the 11 scattered holders. 3 months ago we could communicate through the network itself. The Foundation carries information between anchor points when the connections are strong. Since the disruption began, the network has been too stressed for clean communication. We have been sending human messengers. She looked at her injured hand. Most of them do not get through. The faction controls the roads, and most of the open country between the cave systems. She met his eyes. We are not losing slowly. We are losing at the rate that this world's foundation is coming apart. Issei looked at the fire. The same calculation he had done in Aevorn but with different variables, the same underlying structure but a different shape of crisis. Not a single location holding multiple people. A distributed network under attack at its most critical nodes. The 11 scattered holders, he said. Can you give me their locations? Yes. And the faction's patrol patterns between here and those locations? I know 3 of the 4. Good. He looked at the gauntlet. Ddraig. The Foundation connection here. Can you feel the anchor points? A pause. Then Ddraig said slowly, yes. They are. Another pause, longer, the quality of something very carefully examining something very specific. They are like the difference between a live wire and a dead one. The active holders are warm. The gaps where the dead ones were are cold in a way that has nothing to do with temperature. Another pause. I can feel 11 more, faint, at distance. They are still alive. The connections are stressed but not broken. Can you navigate toward them? Yes. The way you feel north when you have a compass. I can feel which direction has the nearest living anchor. Corven had been watching him talk to the gauntlet with the expression of someone who was revising their model of what they were dealing with. He is a compass, she said. He is a very old dragon who has been bonded to the Foundation's most powerful current expression for 1,000 years, Issei said. Among other things, yes. Something moved in Corven's expression. Not hope exactly. Something harder and more specific than hope, the recalibration of a person who has been managing a losing situation and has just identified a variable that changes the calculation. When do you want to move? She asked. Tonight, Issei said. The faction won't expect movement at night. They have the roads in daylight. At night the roads are less useful. And the 11 holders. We find them and bring them here first. Restore the network's connectivity. Then deal with whatever the faction does when they realize the anchors are being reassembled. They will do something when they realize it, Corven said. They have been planning this for months. They will not simply watch the plan come apart. No, Issei agreed. They won't. He looked at the fire. But we'll have the network working by then. And a functional lineage network in a world designed around one is a significant advantage. What does Mera see? Corven said slowly, when she sees the Foundation. She sees connections, Issei said. Between things that are supposed to be connected and things that have been forced apart. And she sees the direction of resolution. He said it simply, without drama, and Corven looked at him for a long moment with eyes that were assessing in the specific way of someone whose assessment was almost complete. You have done this before, she said. Once, he said. In a different world, with a different system. But the same shape. And it worked. It worked, he said. The people who made it work were mostly already there. I just helped with the parts that needed someone from outside. Corven nodded slowly, with the weight of someone accepting a formulation that was accurate and also, in this moment, exactly sufficient. Tonight then, she said. I will prepare. I'll talk to Mera, Issei said. If she has been seeing this coming for a while, she may see things about the faction that will be useful. She is in the back section of the cave. She will know you are coming before you arrive. She usually does, Ddraig said, with the tone of a dragon who had met Mera's type before, across 1,000 years of partners and worlds. Issei stood up, adjusted the gauntlet, and walked toward the back of the cave, toward the oldest remaining anchor of a world that was holding itself together by will and by the stubbornness of the people who refused to let it come apart. Outside, the wind moved through the stone channel. The water ran fast in its course. The Foundation waited, in the way that very old things waited, with perfect patience and absolute certainty that what needed to happen would eventually happen, provided the right person found the right ford and chose to cross it. Chapter 25 Mera. What the oldest anchor knows. Mera was small and very old, and entirely awake. She was sitting on a bedroll in the back section of the cave, which was separated from the main shelter by a natural stone partition that gave a degree of privacy, and she was sitting upright in the way of someone for whom lying down was a choice and not a default. She had a blanket over her lap and both hands resting on top of it, palms up, the gesture of someone who was habituated to feeling what passed through the space around them. She looked up when Issei came through the gap in the partition. Her eyes were not what he expected. He had anticipated the clouded quality of advanced age. Instead they were clear and very dark, with the particular depth of something that had been looking at the Foundation layer directly for 60 years and had adjusted. You are younger than I imagined, she said. People keep saying that, Issei said. Sit down. He sat. There was a flat stone near her bedroll that served as a seat, worn smooth in the center in the way of something that had been used often. He settled onto it and looked at her. The dragon is old, she said. 1,000 years, approximately. Older than our lineage system, she said, with the quality not of surprise but of confirmation. I could not see him clearly until you arrived. The distance was too great. But I knew he was old. She looked at the gauntlet. The binding between you is clean. Most bindings I have seen in my life have some asymmetry. One side pulling slightly harder than the other. A pause. Yours is balanced. That is rare. We have had time to adjust, Ddraig said. Less time than you have had with the others, Mera said, but deeper. She looked at Ddraig for a moment longer. Because he chose you as deliberately as you chose him. The cave was quiet around them, the sounds of the main shelter muffled by the stone partition, and in the quiet Issei felt the weight of what she was describing with the same specificity that you felt the weight of something true. You said I would come, he said. What else do you see? I see the network, she said. Not as you see a room, discreetly, with edges and surfaces. As you feel a warm hearth, with gradation, with presence at different intensities. The active anchors are warm. The gaps are cold. The 11 scattered holders are. She paused, as though listening to something. 12. One more joined the scattered group 3 days ago. She moved to avoid capture and lost contact with us in the process. 12 scattered, Issei said. Ddraig, can you confirm? A pause. 12 warm points at distance. Yes. The 12th is approximately 8 kilometers further than the others from my current felt sense. She is far, Mera confirmed. But she is safe, currently. The faction does not know where she is. She found a position they have not been watching, and the faction. What do you see of them? Mera was quiet for a long moment. They are cold, she said. Not the cold of absence. The cold of something that has been in contact with the Foundation and has rejected it. As though someone tried to build a connection and built it wrong, and the wrongness is now fixed. Their leader, Issei said. What does he look like in the Foundation? Hollow, she said. A structure that should hold something and does not. She paused. He is not foolish. He understands the network well enough to attack it correctly. But he does not feel it. He knows its structure the way a carpenter knows the structure of a house he did not build. Technical knowledge without the deeper connection. So he does not see us the way you see us. He sees the anchor locations. He does not see what moves between them. She looked at Issei. He will not see you coming through the Foundation. He will see you when you arrive, and not before. Issei thought about this. Ren and Aevorn had been blind to Dara's channeling until the scouts felt the ground. The faction's leader was blind in a different way, technically informed but fundamentally disconnected. What do you need from me? He asked. Mera was quiet for a moment. Then she said, bring them home? All 12? Not because the network requires it. Because they have been afraid and isolated for months, and they need to come home. She paused. The network will restore itself if they are together. But that is not why I am asking. Issei looked at her. I know, he said. She nodded once, with the weight of 60 years of anchor work, and looked back at her palms. The path to the nearest one goes through the faction's western patrol route, she said. They change the route every 3 days. Today is the second day of the current pattern. She paused. Tomorrow they change it. Go tonight. I will. She looked at the gauntlet one more time. Tell the dragon, she said, that he chose well. I heard, Ddraig said quietly. Good, she said. Old things should hear when they are told good things. There are not enough of those. Issei stood up and went back through the gap in the partition, into the main shelter with its fire baskets and its 200 people maintaining themselves with efficiency and stubbornness. And he found Corven and told her it was time to plan the route. Tonight. 12 anchors. The Foundation waiting at the edge of everything. He had done this before. He would do it again. And somewhere, in the dimension-adjacent space where Aevorn still existed and its amber moon still rose over grey Thornwall, a woman with grey eyes was probably standing at a garden wall and looking north at the mountains and thinking, with the practical certainty of someone who had decided in 30 seconds at a river ford, that the next time would come when it came and she would be ready. Issei pulled on his cloak. The cave smelled of fire and people and old stone, and outside the water was running fast in its channel, and the night was waiting, and the Foundation was holding its breath in the way that things hold their breath when they are almost fixed. Almost. Not yet. But moving. Act 4, the Lineage War. Chapter 26. The Western Patrol Route. Night Movement and the First Anchor. The cave mouth opened onto a ledge of bare stone above a narrow valley, and the valley below was dark in the way that places were dark when no one had lit fires in them for several days. Issei stood on the ledge for a moment and let his eyes adjust, counting the stars visible between the cloud cover, orienting himself. Corven was beside him. She had insisted on coming, which he had not argued against, because she knew the territory between the cave and the nearest scattered holders and the specific embodied way that came from having moved through it repeatedly over the past several months. The resistance did not send messengers blind. They sent them through corridors they had learned. Len is 3 hours northeast, Corven said, her voice barely above a whisper. She was carrying a short blade in a pack, and she moved with the quiet economy of someone who had been doing this since the crisis began. She found shelter in the old quarry system above the Felt River. The quarry was abandoned 2 generations ago. The faction patrols do not cover it because there is no road access. But we can reach it. There is a walker's path along the ridge. The faction uses horses. We go on foot, Ddraig said quietly in Issei's internal hearing. Northeast is correct. The warm point I identified as the nearest anchor is in that direction, approximately the distance she describes. Issei pulled his cloak tighter and stepped off the ledge onto the path below. The path was narrow and the night was cold in a way that Valdenmere's cold was slightly different from Aevorn's, less dry, more mineral, as though the stone of this world breathed differently. The valley below them was silent, and the ridge above them was darker than the sky, and they moved between those 2 silences with the focused quiet of people who knew that sound traveled differently at night. Corven set the pace, which was fast but not urgent, the pace of someone covering ground efficiently rather than running from something. She watched the trail ahead and the open ground on either side with the vigilance that had kept her alive through months of operating in contested territory. After an hour she said, without stopping, you read about the lineage system before you came. As much as was available to me. Yes. Then you know the interdependence. No single holder is sufficient. The network only functions when the connections are active, which is why the faction strategy is to isolate rather than simply eliminate. They do not need all the holders dead. They need them separated. Yes. A pause, the sound of her boots on stone, steady and unhurried. When I was young, the network was something I felt rather than understood. My mother was a holder. My grandmother. Growing up in a house where the foundation was a presence rather than a theory shapes how you think about it. You are not a holder yourself. No. The lineage passes unpredictably. My mother was a holder. Her sister was not. I was not. My daughter. A brief pause. I do not know. She is 4 years old. Issei thought about this. A system that expressed itself through bloodlines but not reliably, the same family producing holders and non-holders across generations, the inheritance as unpredictable as it was powerful. And the non-holders, he said? They can feel the foundation through the holders? When the network is active? Yes. It is like. She searched for the comparison. It is like hearing music from the next room. You cannot play the instrument. But you can hear the music, and you know when it stops. And right now the music has mostly stopped, she said. What remains is 3 holders in the cave and whatever Mera can still maintain by herself. She did not slow down. Which is more than it should be, for a woman her age and her condition. She is holding more than any one person should hold. She knows it, Issei said. She has known it for 3 months. She has not stopped. They climbed the ridge in silence after that, the path becoming steeper and the stone more exposed, and at the top of the ridge the wind was direct and cold, and the valley behind them was invisible below the ridge line. Ahead, a second valley, narrower, with the faint glint of water at its floor, the Felt River. The quarry is above the east bank, Corven said. Another hour. Len was awake when they arrived. The quarry was a wide cut in the hillside, its stone face pale in the darkness, the worked ledges and excavated channels of its former operation giving it a geometric quality that distinguished it from the natural rock around it. The shelter was at the quarry's deepest point, where an overhanging ledge created a covered space of perhaps 10 meters by 5, and Len had made it habitable with the resourcefulness of someone who had been surviving on available materials for weeks. She was sitting with her back to the stone face and a small lamp burning, keeping the flame low, and she stood up when she heard them on the quarry path. She was young, perhaps 20, with the kind of wariness in her movement that came from weeks of being alone in a contested territory. She saw Corven first. Then she saw Issei. Then she looked at the gauntlet. "The binder," she said. Her voice was flat with the controlled quality of someone who had been keeping themselves very contained for a long time, and was not going to let hope arrive too fast. "Issei," he said. "Are you injured?" "No. Hungry. Tired. The connection has been." She looked at her own hands. "It is like trying to hear through cotton. I can feel the network. I know Mera is still holding it. But the connection is thin." "We are going to restore it," Issei said. "Not tonight. But soon. Tonight we take you back to the cave. There are 9 other holders there. When you are together with them, the connection will strengthen." She looked at him for a moment, and the controlled quality in her expression had a complicated layer under it, something that was not distrust but was being very careful about allowing itself to be. "How do I know you are what you appear to be?" she asked. It was a reasonable question. Months of operating in a situation where the wrong person could be a faction agent had made reasonable questions reasonable at every juncture. "Ask Ddraig," Issei said. Len looked at the gauntlet. A pause. "She is asking me how to verify," Ddraig said. His voice carried into the space, low and old and carrying the quality that very old things carried, the quality of something that had been present for long enough that deception had become pointless. "She can feel the foundation. She is a holder." "Put your hand on the gauntlet." Len looked at Issei. He nodded. She crossed the quarry floor and put her hand on the gauntlet, not the gem but the metal above it, and held it there. For a moment nothing visibly happened. Then the gem pulsed once, deep green, and Len's expression changed in a way that was entirely involuntary, the expression of someone feeling something that they had been afraid might be gone forever and discovering it was still there. She pulled her hand back. Her eyes were bright. "The old foundation," she said. "I can feel it. It is." She stopped. "Clean," she said. "It is completely clean. He has been carrying it for 1,000 years," Issei said. "It has had time to settle." She looked at the gauntlet one more time, and then at Issei, and the controlled quality in her expression had made a decision. "I am ready to go," she said. "Give me 2 minutes to pack." She packed in 90 seconds. Chapter 27, The Pattern of Retrieval. 11 anchors in the shape of a network. The next 4 days established a pattern. Each night Issei and Corven moved into the territory between the cave and the scattered holders, guided by Ddraig's sense of the Foundation's warm points and Corven's knowledge of the faction's patrol routes. Each night they reached 1 or 2 of the scattered holders, walking them back through the dark country to the cave system where the growing group of returned anchors waited. The first night, Len from the quarry. The second night, 2 holders sheltering together in an abandoned mill, Severa and Aevorn, who had found each other by accident 6 weeks into the crisis and had been sustaining each other through what Severa described as a kind of resonance sharing, not a full connection but a warmth at proximity that had kept both of them from the worst of the isolation. The third night, 3 more, spread across separate shelters in a forested area northeast of the cave. All of them reached in sequence over a night that lasted until the pre-dawn gray was already lightening the sky, and Corven and Issei arrived back at the cave with 3 cold and exhausted and quietly relieved holders in tow. The fourth night was the most difficult. 2 holders were in a shelter that Corven had not known about, discovered only because Ddraig felt 2 warm points in an area her maps had marked as empty. The shelter turned out to be a cellar beneath a farmhouse that a family had quietly opened to the resistance without registering it with anyone, operating out of the simple conviction that when people needed help you gave it. The farmer's name was Aldous, and he had a wife and 2 sons in a cellar full of preserved vegetables and 2 lineage holders who had been living in it for 3 weeks. And he gave Issei a cup of something hot and a look of profound approval and said, with the economy of a man who had been farming difficult land for 30 years, "About time." Issei drank the cup. It tasted of roots and something smoky and was the best thing he had consumed in 4 days. "Thank you," he said. "For all of it. They are good people, Aldous said, meaning the holders. This is a good world when it works. Keep it working. That is the plan, Issei said. The cave was not designed for the number of people now occupying it. When Issei had arrived, it had held 200. By the fourth night, with the returned holders and the resistance members who had been brought in for coordination, it was closer to 240, and the acoustic quality of that many people in a stone space had shifted from manageable to constant. What had also shifted was the quality of the air. Issei noticed it on the morning of the fourth day, a subtle warmth that had nothing to do with the fire baskets. A quality in the space that had not been there on the first day, a feeling of presence that was not any one person but was between the people, and the connections that were reforming as the holders came back into proximity. Mera noticed him noticing it. She had been moved from the back section to the main area on the third day, because the additional holders in the cave had lightened her load enough that she could be more present without the focused isolation that maintaining the anchor alone had required. She sat near the central fire basket with a blanket over her lap, and watched the cave with the clear dark eyes that saw the foundation. You feel it, she said, when Issei sat near her. Something is different. 8 holders together after months apart. The network is beginning to remember itself. She paused. The foundation does not simply respond to stress. It responds to resolution. Each holder that returns reduces the stress on the network. The reduction is felt by the others. They stabilize. Their connections strengthen. She paused again. It is a positive cycle, the reverse of the cascade the faction created. Each addition makes the next addition more valuable. Like compound interest, Issei said, and then realized that was not a comparison she would have a reference for. But she understood the principle. Yes. Like that. The first 3 returned holders produced a small improvement. The 4th and 5th produced a larger one. By the time the last of the 12 return, the improvement from the last one will be larger than the total improvement from the first 5 combined. Because the network is already close to functional. Because the network is already remembering how to be a network, she said. There is a difference. A functional thing operates. A thing that remembers itself thrives. Issei thought about this. Aevorn had been about restoring legal and political structure, the covenant rights returning to their holders, the mechanism clicking back into place. This was something different, a living system relearning a pattern it had been forced to forget. The same underlying structure, but organic where Aevorn's had been architectural. 4 more nights, he said. 4 more holders. 3 nights, Mera said. Lissa moved. He looked at her. Moved? The 12th. The one who was furthest. She felt the network strengthening, and she moved toward it. Mera looked at the cave entrance. She is 2 hours away. She will be here by morning without anyone going for her, Ddraig said quietly. The 12th warm point has moved significantly closer since last night. She is right. Issei looked at the cave entrance, at the pale morning light coming through it, at the valley outside. 3 nights, he said. 3 nights, Mera confirmed. And then the faction will know the network is reassembling. And they will act. I know. Are you ready for that? Issei looked at the gauntlet. At the emerald gem, pulsing its steady green rhythm. At the cave around him, full of people who had been holding a collapsing world together with whatever they had available. I am getting there, he said honestly. Mera looked at him with the clear dark eyes. Good, she said. Honesty about readiness is better than false certainty. I have seen false certainty fail in ways that honest preparation does not. Who taught you that? 60 years of anchor work, she said. The foundation is a patient teacher. It simply shows you what is true until you stop arguing with it. Chapter 28, Corven. The Resistance and its Leader. Corven did not sleep much. Issei noticed this on the 3rd night, when they returned from the forest with the 3 holders, and he found her still awake at the cave entrance, not keeping watch in the formal sense but present, her attention distributed across the valley below and the ridge above with the particular quality of someone whose rest had become a function of necessity rather than inclination. She had been like this, he understood from the other resistance members, since the beginning. Since the first holder was killed and the succession faction made its purpose clear and someone needed to organize what remained. You don't have to be the last one awake every night, he said, sitting beside her at the cave entrance. Someone does, she said. Not the same someone. I find it easier, she said, and it was the honest version of an argument she had probably had with herself many times, to be awake and watching than to sleep and wonder. What do you wonder about? She was quiet for a moment, the quiet of someone deciding how much of a real answer to give. Whether we are moving fast enough. Whether the faction has seen what we are doing. Whether the 3 holders we have not retrieved yet are still safe. A pause. Whether Mera is holding on. Mera is holding on, Issei said. She told me this morning she feels better than she has in 2 months. She said that? She said it in the specific way she says things, which is very direct and without qualifying it, so I believe her. Corven exhaled, a small sound, something between relief and the kind of tired that does not go away quickly. She has been carrying more than anyone should for months. The other 3 holders in the cave have been helping as much as they can, but it is not enough. The network needs all its anchor points to distribute the load properly. 3 more nights. 3 more nights. She looked at the valley. And then the faction acts. Which is the part one cannot plan for fully, because I do not know what they know. What is your assessment of their capability? She considered the question with the focused attention she brought to all strategic questions, which was considerable. She had been managing this resistance for months, making decisions with limited information in high-stakes conditions, and the fact that the resistance still existed and still had 200 people in it, and had protected the scattered holders well enough that 12 of them were still alive was an assessment of her capability more direct than anything she said. 200 soldiers, approximately. Trained for Valdenmere's style of warfare, which favors heavy formation combat on open ground. They are not specialized for the cave systems. A pause. Their commander, a man named Ddraig, is methodical. He does not make errors of impatience. He waits until he has the situation he wants before he acts. Which means he will wait until the network is nearly complete before he moves, Issei said. Because before the network is complete, he still has an opening. Once all 12 are together, the network seals. He will move on the 11th holder. Not the 12th. Issei thought about this. Ddraig waiting for the moment when all but one was in place, attacking then, when the network was almost but not quite functional. It was the same instinct that had made Malachar hold the Covenant daughters until he needed to, the understanding that an incomplete thing was more vulnerable than a completely broken one. Then the 11th retrieval is the dangerous one, he said. Yes. I have been thinking about this since Mera told me the timeline. She looked at him. The 11th holder is Tyss. She is in the Eastern Territory, in a shepherd's shelter above the faction's main garrison position. She is the most exposed of the remaining holders. Why did she shelter there? Because she has been there since before the crisis. It was her family's shelter. She knows it perfectly, and she calculated that the faction would not look in their own operational area for a holder. Corven paused. She was right for 3 months. I am not certain she will be right for 3 more days. She needs to be moved fast. She needs to be moved before Ddraig commits, Corven said. Which means we go for her tomorrow night. Not in sequence. We skip the others and take her first. Issei looked at the valley. The logic was sound. The 10th and 12th holders were safer. Tyss was the point of maximum vulnerability. The 10th holder, he said. Where are they? 2 hours west. Lower risk. We can retrieve the 10th on the same night we get Tyss if we go east first and west on the return. A 6-hour circuit. Approximately. If nothing goes wrong, and if something goes wrong, then longer, she said simply. He looked at her profile in the cave entrance's darkness, at the quality of someone who had been doing this for months and had arrived at a particular kind of steadiness that was neither ease nor resignation but something between them, the steadiness of someone who had run out of alternatives and had therefore stopped being afraid of the absence of alternatives. Get some sleep, he said. I will watch. She looked at him. I am not being polite, he said. You have been awake for a long time and tomorrow night is important. Sleep. I will be here. A pause. Then she said 2 hours? Wake me if anything changes. 2 hours. She went back into the cave, and Issei took her place at the entrance, watching the valley with the attention she had been giving it, feeling the cold and the dark and the weight of the stone above him and the warmth of the network gradually rebuilding itself behind him. 3 more nights. One of them dangerous. He watched the valley until the stars shifted and Corven came back, rested in the minimal way that 2 hours permitted, and they did not argue about whose watch it was. Chapter 29 Tyss. The Shepherd's Shelter and the Closed Thing. The Eastern Territory was different from the rest of the ground they had covered. The western and northern areas had been forested, which was difficult but covered. The Eastern Territory was more open, lower altitude, the forest giving way to meadow and managed farmland that the faction's garrison had been using as its operational base. There were roads here, maintained and patrolled, and the open ground meant that the darkness was not the same kind of friend it was in the forest. Corven moved differently here. Not faster but lower, making use of ground features that the open country offered in substitution for tree cover. Drainage channels, field walls, the contoured variations in terrain that a person on foot could navigate, and a mounted patrol could not follow easily. Issei followed her movement instincts, and suppressed the gauntlet's light to absolute minimum. The Shepherd's Shelter is on the ridgeline above the second field complex, Corven murmured, barely moving her lips. We approach from the north side, where the ground rises. The south side faces the garrison road. How far from the road? 1/2 kilometer. It is far enough that a single light would not be visible from the road if kept low. She paused. Tyss is careful. She has been keeping careful. How do you know? Because she is still alive. They moved for an hour through the open country, cover to cover, patient and deliberate. The faction's patrol pattern on the eastern roads was regular and Corven had memorized it, calling their stops and movements with quiet precision. They passed within 300 meters of a patrol at one point, close enough to hear the horses, and they lay flat in a drainage channel with their faces turned away from the road and let it pass. The patrol moved on. They continued. The Shepherd's Shelter was exactly what the name suggested, a single-room structure of dry stacked stone with a turf roof, the kind of seasonal dwelling that was used for a few months each year when flocks were on the high pasture and abandoned the rest of the time. From a distance it looked like a natural feature of the ridgeline. From close up it showed the specific evidence of recent occupation, a cleared area near the entrance, a careful arrangement of stones that blocked the wind from the door without looking arranged. Corven made a specific sound, a brief 2-tone pattern that was not quite a bird call but could be mistaken for one in the dark. A pause. A response, the same pattern inverted. Good, Corven said, and they covered the last 50 meters quickly. Tyss was in the shelter's single room, sitting in the dark with a lamp that was not lit. She was older than Len, perhaps 30, with a compact physicality and eyes that had been keeping watch for months. When Corven came through the door she stood up immediately, and when she saw Issei she looked at the gauntlet with the same recognition that all the holders showed, the Foundation speaking its own language of identification. Finally, she said. Not dramatically. Just the word, delivered with the flat relief of someone who had been in a specific bad situation for a specific amount of time, and had just received confirmation that it was ending. We need to move immediately, Corven said. Tonight is the night Ddraig is most likely to act. I know, Tyss said. I felt it change 2 days ago. The garrison has been doing something different. More riders on the eastern road. Different pattern. He is preparing. Yes. She picked up a pack that was already assembled. What is the route? North, then west. We pick up the 10th holder at the mill above the Caro Junction, then straight to the cave. Tyss looked at Issei. Can you move fast in the open? Faster than you might expect, he said. Good. Because if Ddraig has moved his timeline up, we may need to. They went out of the shelter into the night. And the night, which had been quiet, was not quiet anymore. To the south, perhaps 2 kilometers, the garrison road had light on it. Multiple lights, moving with the organized precision of a column rather than the scattered randomness of a regular patrol. And the lights were moving north, toward the ridge, toward the Shepherd's Shelter. Issei looked at Corven. Corven looked at the lights. He moved the timeline, she said. Her voice was level. He knows. How much time? If they are on the road and we are on the ridge, we have 20 minutes before they reach the shelter approach. The north path is faster, but it passes within a kilometer of their line of advance. Then we do not take the north path. There is no other path, Corven said. Issei looked at the lights. Then at the ridge. Then at the gauntlet. There is one other option, he said. Ddraig. If I boost and move fast, how far can I take 2 other people in 20 minutes? Across open ground at boosted speed with carried weight, Ddraig said, calculating with the precision of something that had been performing capability assessments for 1,000 years, approximately 3 kilometers. Enough to clear the advance's projected line by a meaningful margin. But visible, Corven said. A boosted run produces light. Yes, Issei said. But Mera said Direct cannot see the foundation. He sees the light. By the time he processes what the light means and adjusts his advance, we are 3 kilometers further. Corven looked at the approaching lights on the southern road. Looked at the ridge. Looked at Issei. Do it, she said. Issei let the boosted gear activate properly for the first time since arriving in Valdenmere, the crimson and emerald display coming up in the dark like a small sun, and he took Corven's arm with one hand and Tys's with the other and said, "Hold on," and moved. The boost was not his full capacity, which would have been too fast for 2 people to manage physically. It was a controlled middle range, fast enough to cover the necessary ground, measured enough that his passengers were not injured by the acceleration. The ridge came and went beneath them. The open ground between the ridge and the northern forest boundary covered itself in less time than walking it would take. The lights on the southern road fell behind and to the south and then were simply not visible anymore, hidden by the ridge and the distance. He stopped them in the shadow of the first treeline. Tyss was breathing hard, not from exertion but from the specific physiological response to moving at a speed that human bodies were not designed to move at. She was gripping her own pack strap with both hands and her eyes were wide. "Warning next time," she said. There was a warning, Corven said, also breathing harder than usual. He said, "Hold on." "More warning than that." "Noted," Issei said. "Can you walk?" "Yes," Tyss said. She released the pack strap and took a breath and let it out. "Yes." The 10th holder. "We are still going." "We are still going," Corven confirmed. Tyss looked at Issei, at the still active boosted glow that he was walking back down to minimal. Mera said the binder would be unexpected, she said. "In what way did she say that?" "She said, he will be unexpected in ways that are useful and ways that are not. But he will always move in the direction that matters." Tyss paused. "I understand now what she meant by unexpected. The speed or the school uniform?" Ddraig said. Tyss looked at the gauntlet. Then she said, with the flat practicality of someone sheltering from a military occupation in a turf-roofed stone box, "Both, probably." "Move." The 10th holder is still waiting. They moved into the forest. Behind them, on the ridge, the lights from the garrison road reached the shepherd's shelter, and found it empty. Chapter 30. The 10th and the 12th. The network remembers itself. The 10th holder was a man named Cael, middle-aged, with the specific patience of someone who had been waiting in a mill loft for 6 weeks, and had organized the waiting into a sustainable routine. He had a stack of books he had brought from somewhere, a small store of food that he had been rationing with mathematical precision, and a quiet that was the quiet of someone who had given up expecting rescue and had made peace with sustaining themselves. When Corven appeared at the mill's upper entrance with Issei and Tyss, he looked at them for a moment with the expression of someone receiving news he had stopped expecting. Then he looked at Issei. Then he said, to no one specifically, "The foundation was right then." "It usually is," Ddraig said. Cael looked at the gauntlet with no visible surprise. He had been an anchor for 20 years. Things that spoke from gauntlets were, apparently, within the range of phenomena he had learned to take in stride. "Mera is still holding," he said. It was not a question, but it had a question's quality. "She is," Issei said. "And she is better than she was." 8 holders are in the cave now. Including Tyss, who came with us tonight. Tyss raised a hand in acknowledgement. Cael looked at her with the recognition of people who shared something fundamental. 10, he said. 11, Corven said. Lissa is coming on her own. She felt the network strengthening and moved toward it. She should be at the cave by morning. Cael was quiet for a moment. Then he set his book down, precisely, on the stack with the others, and stood up. 12, he said. When we are 12, the faction's window closes entirely. Yes. Then let's not waste time. He packed in less than a minute, which suggested the pack had been ready for some time. They arrived at the cave in the early morning, the sky beginning to show its pre-dawn gray above the valley, and when they came through the cave mouth with Tyss and Caelmir, the quality of the space changed immediately. Not because of anything visible. Because of something felt. The 8 holders already in the cave had been strengthening in each other's presence, and now with Tyss and Caelmir the addition was not simply additive. The network was above a threshold that Issei did not fully understand but could clearly perceive, a quality in the air that was warm and resonant and unmistakably alive in the specific way that the Foundation was alive when it was not being suppressed. Several people in the cave looked up at once. Not at the arrivals. At the air around them. Mera was watching from near the central fire basket. When Issei caught her eye, she nodded once, slowly, with the expression of someone who has been bearing a weight for a very long time, and has just felt someone else's hands close around it. 10, she said. 10 and 2 coming, Issei said. Lissa on her own. And one more night for the last. The last is in the southern valley, she said. Near the faction's secondary camp. I know. Corven and I will go tonight. Mera was quiet for a moment. Then she said, when all 12 are together, Ddraig will know. The network's full resonance is not invisible to someone who has been studying it for as long as he has. He may have felt us getting close last night, Issei said. He moved early on Tyss. He moved early and he missed her, Mera said. He will be reorganizing now. Trying to understand what happened. The boost you used was not a pattern he has seen before. A pause. That gives you tonight. Possibly into tomorrow morning. That is enough. Yes, she said. It is. She settled back against her blanket with the careful motions of someone managing their energy precisely, and Issei looked at the cave, at the 10 holders in various states of rest and conversation and the particular quality of connection that was rebuilding itself between them, and felt what Mera had described, the network remembering itself, the positive cycle running. 2 more. 1 more night. And then Ddraig. Chapter 31, The Last Retrieval. The Southern Valley and the Faction's Answer. Lissa arrived at dawn, as Mera had predicted, walking in from the south with a pack over one shoulder, and the specific expression of someone who has been moving towards something for hours and has finally arrived. She was 24, slight, with dark hair that she had cut short at some point during the crisis, apparently with practical intent rather than aesthetic concern. She saw the cave and the people in it, and stopped in the entrance for a moment, taking it in. Then she walked to the central fire basket and sat down with the unhurried quality of someone who had been walking for a long time and was entitled to stop. 11, she said. 11, Corven confirmed. 1 more tonight. I know, Lissa said. I can feel the gap. She looked at her hands, at the shimmer of Foundation connection visible at her fingertips in the way that Dara's channeling had been visible. Different from wind channeling, but the same general category of ability making itself visible. The network is almost there. It is like. She searched for it. Like a word on the tip of your tongue. Present, almost graspable, not quite there. Tonight, Issei said. She looked at him for the first time, at the gauntlet, with the same recognition the others had shown. You have been busy. It has been an eventful few nights. Mera says you carried Tyss and Corven 3 kilometers in 20 minutes. Approximately. The faction soldiers who went to the shepherd's shelter found it empty. She paused. The ones who were not at the shelter found something else. The network vibration from 8 holders in proximity has been detectable for the past 2 days. I felt Ddraig's people trying to locate it. They cannot triangulate to the cave system? The cave system sits in a geological formation that scatters resonance, she said. Mera chose it for exactly that reason. They can feel the network but not its source. Another pause. But when all 12 are together, the resonance will be strong enough that the geological scatter is not sufficient. They will find us within a day. Issei looked at Corven. Corven looked at Issei. 1 day after the full network is restored, Corven said. Approximately. That is not much time. What does a fully functional network allow? Issei asked. Lissa considered. In normal operation, the network maintains the Foundation's expression in this world. It is not a weapon. It is not a military capability. She paused. But the Foundation's resolution tendency, when given a clear channel through a fully functional network, is not passive. It moves toward resolution with whatever force is appropriate to the obstruction. The obstruction being the faction and everything they have done. The obstruction being everything that is preventing the network from functioning in its intended state, she said carefully. Which includes the faction's campaign, yes. But the Foundation does not act like an army. It acts like a tide. Steady, overwhelming, in the direction of resolution. And Ddraig will know this, Corven said. He has been studying the network for years. He knows what a fully restored network means for his plan. He will not let it fully restore if he can prevent it, Lissa said. Which brings us back to tonight, Issei said. The last holder. Fast retrieval. 1 day before the faction locates us. What do we do in that 1 day? Corven sat down and looked at the fire with the expression of someone whose mind was fully engaged. We do not wait in the cave for them to come to us. We move the holders to the Accord Ground. The Accord Ground, Issei said. The original site of the lineage network's formal establishment, Lissa said. 12 generations ago, the first holders came together there and made the founding covenant. The site is... She paused. It is the clearest point in Valdenmere for Foundation expression. The geological formation there amplifies rather than scatters. It would make you visible, Issei said. It would make us visible, Corven said. Yes. But visible at the place where the Foundation is most clearly expressed means that the network's full restoration at that site would be. She looked at Lissa. Complete, Lissa said. Not just functional. Complete. The founding covenant renewed at the founding site, with all 12 holders present. A pause. The Foundation does not distinguish between a technical restoration and a complete one in terms of its resolution tendency. But the holders do. And the world does. She paused again. What was broken was not just the network's function. It was the act of covenant itself. Remaking it at the founding site restores what was broken completely. Issei thought about the covenant invocation at the Castleway House, about the 7 women and the change in the air. This was the same principle at greater scale. Not just the mechanism but the meaning. And Ddraig will come to the Accord Ground, he said. He will come wherever the 12 are, Corven said. The Accord Ground is as defensible as anywhere. More so for us. The geological formation that amplifies Foundation expression also creates difficult approach terrain. And I will be there, Issei said. Yes, Corven said. You will be there. She said it simply, without drama, and it was the most direct acknowledgement of his role that anyone in Valdenmere had offered. Not the binder, not the outside element. Just, you will be there. Part of the plan because he was part of what they had. He accepted it the same way. Tonight the last retrieval, he said. Tomorrow the Accord Ground. Tell me everything you know about the approach terrain. The last holder's name was Pell. She was in the southern valley in a shelter that was almost certainly the most improvised of all the places the scattered holders had found, a space beneath the roots of a fallen tree that had been enlarged and reinforced over months into something that deserved the word shelter on the basis of function rather than comfort. She had been there since the 3rd week of the crisis. She had been the hardest to locate because her shelter produced almost no above-ground signature. Ddraig found her by warmth alone. There, he said, in the dense darkness of the southern valley forest. 20 meters north. Under the ground. Issei crouched down and pressed his palm to the earth. Under it, faint but real, the warmth of a Foundation anchor, alive and present. He found the entrance, which was concealed under a cut piece of turf that had been trimmed to fit with impressive precision, and knocked on the wood beneath it in the same pattern Corven had used at the quarry. A pause. Then the turf lifted from the inside and Pell looked up at them from below. She was the youngest of the holders, Issei's age or close to it, with a face that had been calm for so long that the calm had become the face. She looked at Corven, then at Issei, then at the gauntlet. Her expression did not change. But her eyes did, the specific deep shift of someone whose held breath has finally been released. I felt the 11, she said. 3 days ago. She climbed out of the shelter with the easy movement of someone completely comfortable in the dark. I have been waiting for you to come. How did you know we would come for you? Corven asked. Because Mera is still holding, Pell said. Mera does not hold for a lost cause. She holds for things that are going to be finished. She looked at Issei. And the Foundation sent something to finish them. She pulled the pack from inside the shelter, replaced the turf with careful precision, and stood up. Let's go, she said. Chapter 32, The Accord Ground. 12 Anchors in the Founding Place. The Accord Ground was at the center of Valdenmere's central plateau, a natural bowl of rock and earth perhaps 200 meters across, its edges rising in gradual slopes on 3 sides and a steep face on the 4th. The geological formation Lissa had described was immediately apparent from the inside, a quality in the stone and soil that was difficult to name, but unmistakable in its effect, the same quality the cave had but amplified, the Foundation's expression concentrated here as it was concentrated nowhere else in the territory Issei had traveled. It was, he thought, the way the boosted gear felt when he was fully boosted and perfectly aligned, except this was a place rather than a capability. The land itself, resonant in a way that had nothing to do with anything recent. 12 holders stood in the Accord Ground. They had arrived through the morning, moving in small groups by different routes, guided by the network's own strengthening pull as much as by any human navigation. When Pell stepped into the bowl behind Issei and Corven, the last to arrive, something happened in the air above the ground that Issei felt rather than saw, a gentle seeding, like a key turning in a lock that had been open for a very long time. Mera, who had been helped to the sight by 2 of the younger holders, was at the center of the bowl. She looked up when Pell arrived. She looked at her, and then at the 11 others arranged around the bowl's interior, and she said quietly, to herself or to the Foundation or to the accumulated weight of what she had been holding alone for 3 months, there. Just that word. In the tone of someone setting something down, Pell went to her, and they looked at each other with the look of people who shared something that had no adequate external description, and then Pell sat beside her and put her hand on the ground and the Foundation responded to it the way it had been waiting to respond, warmly, and with the totality of something receiving what had been withheld. The network sealed. Issei felt it the way Mera had described feeling things, not as a discrete event but as a shift in quality, the music from the next room suddenly clear and whole and present rather than fragmented and effortful. Ddraig was silent in the gauntlet, not absent but fully attending, the old dragon feeling something he had felt in various forms across 1,000 years and never in exactly this form. Beautiful, Ddraig said softly. It was the least characteristic thing Issei had ever heard him say. It was also entirely true. Around the bowl, the 12 holders were simply being there, present at the founding place and the founding configuration, not doing anything visible, just being present and connected and alive. The network was running through them and between them and the world beneath their feet, and the Foundation was expressing itself through them in the way it had been designed to express itself for 12 generations. Corven was at the bowl's rim, watching the approaches. She turned. They are coming. Ddraig's force came from the east, which was the longest approach across the plateau but the most direct route from his main garrison position. They were, as Corven had assessed, approximately 200 soldiers, moving in the heavy formation that was Valdenmere's military style, organized and disciplined, their lines dressed and their pace measured. They stopped at the rim of the bowl. Their commander was at the front, a man in dark armor with a bearing that confirmed Corven's assessment immediately, methodical, patient, the quality of someone who did not act before the moment was correct. He looked at the bowl, at the 12 holders, at the air above the ground that was doing things air did not normally do. At Issei. He looked at Issei for a long time. The binder, he said. Not surprised. He had known this was a possibility. He had simply not been able to prevent the network's completion in time. The network is restored, Issei said. Whatever legal claim your faction was building through inheritance manipulation no longer has the foundation it required. The succession plan is finished. Ddraig was quiet for a moment. The succession plan, he said carefully, was designed to stabilize Valdenmere's foundation expression under centralized authority. Distributed networks are vulnerable. This. He gestured at the bull. This vulnerability has been demonstrated. The vulnerability was created by your faction, Corven said from the bowl's rim, her voice carrying the flat precision of someone who had been managing the consequences of that vulnerability for months. The vulnerability was inherent, Ddraig said. We exposed it. By killing 3 holders and spending months trying to kill the rest, she said. That is not exposing a vulnerability. That is being the vulnerability. Ddraig did not answer that. He was still looking at Issei, doing the assessment that Mera had said he would do, the technical reading of a situation from someone who understood the system but did not feel it. If the network is complete, he said, what do you intend? The Foundation resolves, Issei said. That is what it does. The holders are here, together, at the founding place. The network is sealed. The Foundation's resolution tendency is. He paused, feeling it in the air around him, in the quality of the stone under his feet. Active. And it was. Not the way a weapon was active. The way a tide was active. Steady, overwhelming, entirely without anger or intent but equally without the possibility of being redirected. The Foundation's resolution tendency, expressed through a complete network at the founding place, was simply the way things were moving. Ddraig felt it. Issei could see the moment he felt it, the slight adjustment in his bearing, the recalculation that a man who had been studying the Foundation technically encountered when he experienced it directly for the first time. The soldiers behind him felt it too. They were Valdenmere people. Many of them had grown up within range of the network's normal expression. They knew what the music from the next room sounded like, and they could feel that it was playing again, fully and cleanly, and the feeling of it after months of absence did something to their formation that their training could not entirely prevent. Your soldiers, Issei said, not unkindly, can feel the network. They know what it means that it is back. Ddraig was quiet. What the Foundation is doing right now, Issei continued, is not something your 200 soldiers can stop. Not because they are not capable soldiers. Because what they would be fighting is not an army. It is the way this world is supposed to work, reasserting itself. He paused. You cannot occupy the direction water runs. A long silence. The formation behind Ddraig was still organized but its quality had changed, that indefinable shift from a force prepared to act to a force waiting to know whether it needs to. Ddraig looked at the bull. At the 12 holders. At the air above the accord ground that was doing what it was doing without effort or heat. What are the terms? He said. Corven moved to stand beside Issei. Withdrawal of all faction forces from Valdenmere's territory. Release of any claims filed under the Interrupted Succession Protocol. Full acknowledgement that the lineage network and its holders retain their legitimate authority. She paused. Safe passage for all soldiers who stand down now. Ddraig looked at her, at Issei, at the bull. He made the same calculation Malachar had made. The same arithmetic. The same arrival at the only answer that was actually available. He raised his hand, the formal signal of cessation, and his formation's posture changed behind him with the collective exhale of people who had been waiting for a direction and had received one they could accept. The accord ground was quiet. The network sang through it, steady and whole, and the 12 holders sat in it and breathed and let the Foundation do what the Foundation did, which was simply be itself, expressed through the people who carried it, in the place where it had been established 12 generations ago for exactly this purpose. Chapter 33, After Ddraig. What restoration looks like from the inside. The practical work of a ceasefire was not dramatic. It was documentation and logistics and a great deal of careful communication between Corven's resistance and the holders and the faction's withdrawing forces, all of it proceeding with the organized friction of opposing entities that had just agreed to stop opposing each other, and were now discovering that the agreement required constant maintenance. Issei stayed out of most of it. Not because it was not his concern but because it was not his expertise, and the people who were doing it well. Corven had a diplomat's precision in the cessation negotiations that he had not previously seen in action, reserved during the crisis for the cleaner language of survival, now deployed in full. Tyss, whose 20 years of anchor work included 2 terms on the holders' formal council, contributed a legal framework for the cessation that made Ddraig's advisors visibly reassess what they were dealing with. Lissa and Pell handled the formal restoration of the succession protocol records, the cancellation of the factions' filed claims, the correction of the lineage documentation. Cael, who turned out to have been a record keeper before becoming an anchor, organized the corrected archive with the methodical satisfaction of someone returning to their most natural work. Issei sat on a rock at the bowl's edge and watched it all proceed and felt the particular satisfaction of someone who has done the part that was theirs to do and is watching the rest happen because the rest belongs to the people who are always going to do it. Mera came and sat beside him. She moved more easily now. The restoration of the full network had done what she had said it would, the load redistributed across all 12, her personal maintenance requirement dropped to a fraction of what it had been. She was still old and still careful in her movements, but the quality of someone bearing more than they could sustain had left her entirely. "You are watching," she said. "I am watching," he agreed. "It is the right thing to do at this stage." "I know. Corven and the others have it." "They have always had it," Mera said. "They have had it since the beginning. What they needed was a specific obstacle removed that they could not remove themselves." She paused. "You removed the obstacle. The rest was always theirs." Issei thought about Aevorn. About Lyrian closing her book carefully, and walking out of her prison room with the bearing of someone who had been waiting for a specific door to open and had been prepared for it for 8 months. About Serafini at the ford, already deciding. About 7 women invoking 7 covenants in a way house at dawn. "It is always theirs," he said. "Yes." Mera looked at the bull, at the activity of restoration proceeding with its organized purposefulness. "What you bring is the outside element. The catalyst. The thing that is sufficiently different from the problem that it can act on the problem without being part of it. The foundation pulls someone who is not part of the existing structure," Issei said. "Who cannot be captured by the existing structure," she said. "Ddraig could not anticipate you because you do not exist in any of his models. Malachar could not contain Serafini because she found someone outside his system." She paused. "The foundation is very old. It knows that local solutions to local corruptions are limited by the fact that local actors are always partially inside the system they are trying to fix. An outside element is free to act in ways local actors are not." Issei was quiet for a moment. "And when I go back," he said, "the outside element leaves." "Yes. But what you leave behind does not go back to what it was." She looked at him. "A world that has been fixed is not the same world that was broken. The fixing changes it. The act of restoration leaves a trace." She paused. "You will leave a trace in Valdenmere. As you left one in Aevorn." He thought about Serafini at the garden wall. About the ember moon and the quality of that specific evening. "I know," he said. Mera was quiet for a little while, watching the restoration proceed. Then she said, "The one who comes after. The architect, in the world called Caelmir. He knows about the Foundation's response tendency." Issei looked at her sharply. "How do you know about Caelmir?" "The network, when it is complete, sees further than any individual holder," she said simply. "We do not see other worlds with clarity. But we feel the resonance of significant stress events in the Foundation elsewhere." She paused. "What the architect is doing is not a local corruption. It is an attempt to subvert the Foundation's resolution tendency itself. To take the thing that reaches for outside elements, and direct it rather than receive it." Surzex said the same thing. "Your Surzex is a perceptive entity," she said. "He is correct. And the consequence of what the architect intends, if he succeeds, is not simply bad for Caelmir. It is bad for every world where the Foundation is expressed." She looked at Issei. "Including this one." "Including Aevorn." The weight of this settled in the accord ground alongside everything else that had settled there. "He will be expecting me," Issei said. "Yes. He has been studying the Foundation long enough to know that his actions would trigger a response." "Yes. Which means Caelmir is not like Aevorn or Valdenmere. It is not a local corruption that needs an outside catalyst. It is a prepared trap that knows the catalyst is coming." "Yes," Mera said. Issei was quiet for a long time. "Then I need to go back home first," he said. "And I need to prepare differently." "Yes," Mera said. "You do." She looked at him with the clear dark eyes that had been watching the Foundation for 60 years. "You know something about this world now. The next time a rift opens, you will not arrive blind. You have Serafini's river ford in your memory. You have Len's hand on the gauntlet. You have Tys's flat practicality and Cael's organized patience and Pel's absolute trust in Mera's assessment. You carry those. Yes. Carry them to Caelmir too, she said. Not the specific knowledge. The pattern. Every world where the foundation is expressed has people like them. The people who have been holding on. The people who were going to fix it if someone gave them the opening. She paused. Find them first. Before you engage the architect. Find the people who are already almost there. Issei looked at the bull, at the 12 holders and Corven and the work of restoration proceeding under the pale sky of Valdenmere, and thought about what it meant to carry a pattern. I will, he said. Mera nodded once. Good. She looked at the sky. The rift will open when the resolution here is sufficiently complete. Another day, perhaps two. She paused. Before you go. Let me show you something. She put her hand on the ground of the accord ground, palm flat, and the warmth of the fully restored network moved through it in a way that was suddenly, for a moment, visible, a gentle golden light that had nothing to do with sun or fire but was simply the foundation expressing itself through a place and a person who had been its anchor for 60 years. Ddraig was very quiet. Then he said, in the voice he used when something reached the depth that very few things reached in 1,000 years, I have not seen that in 300 years. The full expression, Mera said. When a complete network is at a founding site with all holders present. She lifted her hand and the light remained for a moment, fading slowly, naturally, the way light faded at dusk rather than the way a lamp went out. We used to be able to do this regularly. Before the factions campaign. A pause. We will be able to do it again. Because of you, Issei said. Because of all of us, she said. You included. Chapter 34, The Second Return. What comes back with you? The rift opened on the second evening. Issei was at the accord ground's edge, watching the sunset that Valdenmere did differently from both Aevorn and the Underworld, warmer in color, with a specific quality of amber that reminded him of things he did not need to be reminded of to remember. Corven found him there. She had been managing the cessation documentation for most of the day with the focused efficiency that was her fundamental mode, and she had arrived at a natural pause in that work and used it the way she used her pauses, to attend to things that were not documentation. Tomorrow the faction's withdrawal begins, she said. I know. The holders will reconvene the formal network council next week. Tyss is taking the lead on the succession protocol corrections with Cael's archive support. I know. She was quiet for a moment. Then, you are watching the sky. I am. For the rift. Mera said another day or two. Then tonight or tomorrow. Yes. She sat down beside him on the bullstone edge, and they watched the sunset together in the way that people watched sunsets when they had earned the watching. The accord ground behind them was quieter now, the bustle of the cessation's immediate activity settling into the more settled activity of people who had shifted from crisis mode to reconstruction mode. What you told direct, Corven said. You cannot occupy the direction water runs. The Foundation's resolution tendency. I am going to use that in the formal cessation document, she said. Issei looked at her. Seriously? It is accurate. And the legal language of Valdenmere's covenant tradition includes natural metaphor as a legitimate rhetorical form. She paused. Tyss agreed it was appropriate. Tyss agreed with something I said? She said, it is correct. Which is her version of agreement. Issei thought about Tys's flat practicality, and her immediate pack already assembled readiness at the shepherd's shelter, and her 2 hours of precise observation from an inadequate shelter, and felt the warmth of it. Good, he said. The sunset continued. Corven watched it with the quality of someone who had not watched a sunset without tactical context for several months, and was deliberately allowing themselves to simply watch. The world with the architect, she said. Mera told us. Caelmir. She said it is different from what you faced here or in Aevorn. It is, Issei said. What I faced in Aevorn and Valdenmere were corruptions that did not know what they were doing in terms of the Foundation. Malachar used the Covenant system as a political tool without understanding what the Covenant system was. Ddraig understood the lineage network technically but could not feel it. He paused. The architect in Caelmir understands the Foundation. He has been studying it long enough to anticipate the resolution response. Long enough to prepare for me specifically, which makes him more dangerous. Much more dangerous. And yet you are going. 30 people are imprisoned there, Issei said. 30 starbound, held in conditions designed to use their connection to the Foundation against the Foundation. And 50 more are at risk. He paused. Also, if Mera is right about what he intends, the consequence of inaction is not just Caelmir. It is everywhere the Foundation is expressed. Including here. Including here. Corven was quiet for a long moment. Then, she said, you should go prepared. I will. What do you need that you do not have? It was the question of a practical person who had been managing a resource-limited crisis and had developed the habit of asking it. Issei appreciated its directness. Understanding of how the Foundation can be deliberately misdirected, he said. The architect has been redirecting the resolution tendency for months. If I arrive and act on instinct, he may be able to use my own response against me. I need to understand the mechanism well enough to not be predictable. Mera, Corven said. She offered, before I go. Tonight then. Before the rift opens. Yes. She stood up. The sunset was nearly complete, the last warmth of it fading from the bull's stone face, and the first stars of Valdenmere were appearing in the east with the unhurried precision of stars that had their own schedule. Issei, she said. He looked up. What you did here. She paused, and the composure that was her default mode had something honest underneath it that she was not concealing. There are 12 people in that bowl who would not be there without you. The network would not be complete. Mera would have held on until she could not anymore. Another pause. I have been running this resistance for months and I know what almost is. We were almost not enough. You were the difference. Issei looked at her. The 12 holders were the difference, he said. You were the difference. You kept them alive long enough for me to arrive. We kept each other, she said, with the precision of someone who accepted the amendment as accurate. Then, come back and see what we have built. After Caelmir. If the rift can be directed as Rias theorizes. I am working on that, he said. It might take longer than one conversation. We are not going anywhere, she said. 12 anchors, a restored network, and a world the Foundation is supporting again. We have time. She went back to the bowl and Issei stayed at the edge until the stars were properly out, and then he went to find Mera, because there was still tonight, and tonight was important. Mera taught him for 3 hours. Not in the way that a teacher taught with demonstrations and corrections, but in the way that very old and very direct people taught, by describing the thing as precisely as it could be described and trusting the listener to understand it and ask when they did not. She told him about the Foundation's resolution tendency and the specific way it could be misdirected. Not blocked, the Foundation could not be blocked by anything that did not exceed its own scale, but redirected. Made to flow toward a resolution that was not genuine but that resembled the pattern of one closely enough to satisfy the tendency's surface recognition. It is like a river diverted, she said. The water does not stop flowing. It flows toward the artificial channel because the artificial channel resembles the natural one closely enough that the water cannot immediately distinguish them. Over time the water finds its way back. But in the short term, the diversion holds. And the architect has been building an artificial channel, Issei said. Something that looks like resolution to the Foundation's surface recognition but is actually his own design structure. Yes. The imprisoned Starbound are the mechanism. Their collective connection to the Foundation, forced into a specific pattern, creates the artificial channel's walls. She paused. This is why freeing them is not simply an act of rescue. It is the dismantling of the diversion mechanism. If the Starbound are freed, the artificial channel collapses and the Foundation flows back to its natural direction, which is the resolution of the actual crisis. The architect's control ends. Yes, and he knows this. He has built his entire system around preventing it. The Starbound he holds are held in a specific configuration that makes their individual liberation insufficient. You cannot free them one by one. The mechanism is designed so that freeing one or two reinforces the hold on the others. Issei was quiet for a moment. Then how? All at once, Mera said. Or enough at once that the mechanism's threshold is exceeded simultaneously. He has designed it to resist sequential liberation. He has not designed it to resist simultaneous liberation because simultaneous liberation of 30 people is not something a local actor could achieve. But an outside element might. An outside element carrying the clearest current expression of the foundation layer, with a dragon who has been bonded to it for 1,000 years, at the location where the architect has concentrated the greatest density of foundation connection in Caelmir. She paused. The boost capacity becomes relevant in a new way. Issei looked at the gauntlet. Ddraig, he said. I understand, the dragon said. A simultaneous release requires a single pulse of sufficient scale and clarity to exceed the mechanism's threshold across all 30 points at once. It requires more than a boost. A pause. It requires the full resonant expression of what we carry. Everything at once, directed not at a target but at the foundation itself. Feeding the flow directly rather than fighting the diversion. Can we do that? A long pause. Longer than any pause Ddraig had taken since Issei had known him. Yes, the dragon said. We can do that. I have not done it in this form. But the capacity is there. It has always been there. It is, in a sense, what the boosted gear was designed for. Another pause. Not designed by anyone. But what the foundation made it for. Mera was watching the gauntlet with her clear dark eyes. He understands, she said. Not to Issei, exactly. To the gauntlet. To the old thing inside it. I have understood for some time, Ddraig said. I was waiting for the moment when understanding could become action. And now? Now we have the map, the dragon said. And the destination. And enough of the foundation in us to do what needs doing. Mera nodded slowly, the nod of someone who has been carrying certainty for a long time and is handing it to the people who need it. Go, she said. What you need is in you. It has always been in you. The architect's trap is designed for something smaller than what you are. Issei stood up. The rift was not open yet. But it was close. He could feel the imminence of it the way he had felt it in Aevorn's garden, the world holding itself at the edge of something. He went to find Corven and said goodbye in the way you said goodbye to someone who had spent months building something in the hardest possible conditions and was still adding to it, and then he found Lan, who had been the first, and Tyss, who had been the most exposed, and Pel, who had waited in a root cellar with absolute trust, and he said whatever was appropriate to say to each of them. Len offered him her hand again, not to verify anything this time, just the gesture itself, and he took it for a moment, and felt the network warm and whole and alive in her. Cael gave him one of his books. Something to read, he said, with the absolute practicality of a record-keeper who understood that things should be passed along. In case you have time between worlds. Issei put the book in his jacket pocket. He went back to the Accord ground. The rift opened at the bowl's center, familiar now, clean and specific, the doorway that had become a path. He looked at Valdenmere, at the pale stars and the restored bowl and the network's warm invisible presence in the stone beneath his feet. Tell Mera, Ddraig said, that she chose her 60 years well. She heard you, Issei said. I know, Ddraig said. But it should be said anyway. Issei stepped through. The Underworld garden was cold, and the rain had started again, and the bench was empty, and Asia's cloth was still weighted at the corners with its smooth stones. He stood there for a moment. Then he went inside. Rias was in the kitchen, which was unusual. She was not cooking. She was sitting at the kitchen table with Akeno's resonance charts spread in front of her, and she had a cup of tea and an expression that she was maintaining very carefully. When he came through the door, the maintenance stopped. She looked at him with the expression underneath the maintenance, which was the expression of someone who had said they knew he would come back and had meant it, and was also very glad to be right. Valdenmere, she said. Done, he said. She nodded. Then she looked at the charts. Caelmir's stress curve. She touched one of the markers. It accelerated while you were gone. Issei sat down across from her. He put Cael's book on the table between them. I know what I need for Caelmir, he said. Mera explained the mechanism. Mera, the oldest anchor in Valdenmere. She has been watching the Foundation for 60 years. He paused. She sends her regards to you, by the way. She said you were perceptive. Rias looked at him. She said that? She said that about Serzex. About you she said you would be essential for what comes next. Something moved in Rias's expression, the particular quality of someone receiving a significant statement, and deciding to receive it fully. Then tell me what she told you, she said. About the mechanism. About what Caelmir requires. She wrapped her hands around her tea. Tell me everything, he told her. The rain came down on the garden outside, soft and cold, the rain that smelled of stone, and inside the kitchen 2 people and a very old dragon began to plan the thing that came next, which was the most difficult thing yet, which was exactly what it needed to be. The foundation waited, in the way it always waited, patient, certain, moving toward resolution in the direction that resolution moved, the direction that always, eventually arrived.